Okay, good evening, everybody. This evening, we will start with a quick special board meeting. We have some action items to take care of, and then we'll move right into the work session. So with that, Kenzie, we'll call roll.
Meister. Here. Cannell.
Here.
Minnow.
Here.
Gerlach.
Here.
Lyerly.
Here.
McCoy.
Here.
Becker.
Here.
Thank you, everybody. Everyone is in attendance. We'll go directly to action items. 2A, will someone please read the motion? Go ahead.
I move that the employment of staff as presented be approved.
Second.
Any discussion? Kenzie?
Online voting is now open.
Did you join the meeting? Can you voice vote?
Jeanette, do you want a voice vote on this one? All votes have been entered and the motion is carried with all board members voting in favor.
Thank you. Action item 2B, will someone please read the motion?
I move that the resignation of staff as presented be approved.
Second.
Discussion? Kenzie?
Online voting is now open. All votes have been entered and the motion is carried with all board members voting in favor.
That concludes the action items in the special board meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you. Switch meetings. Welcome, everybody, to the July 14th Board of Education work session. We will start with roll call.
Becker.
Here.
McCoy.
Here.
Lyerly.
Here.
Gerlach.
Here.
Minnow.
Here.
Cannell.
Here.
Meister. Here.
Thank you. And we are also joined this evening at the board table by two members of our Inner City Student Council. Please introduce yourself.
Chanel Leopold, Preble High School. Isabella Rodriguez, Preble High School.
Thank you. Please feel comfortable joining us in discussion. Ask any questions that you might have. Appreciate it. We'll move now to item 2A, open forum, public forum. We have two individuals that have requested to speak this evening. If you also want to speak, there's a little bit of time if you have not yet filled out a pink sheet. But I'll move first to Damien Duran. As you approach, just state your name, your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Do I have to hold it? It'll fit. All right. Dorn, address is 1078 Roscoe Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. And hello. I've been in implants in this city for 30 some years. I moved here in 1989 as a straight A student and got into a fight at Lombardi Middle School when I was in 7th grade. And I got reprimanded more than the individual that started the fight. And that led a long road of situations. I ended up being incarcerated at an early age due to the school's administration feeling like I was a problem child as a straight A student. So I lived up to it. And I'm here now as a member of the community who has since reformed himself and repaired his reputation and has gotten into the community and created curriculums and workbooks and everything for youth to work on their mental health, because some of our youth are experiencing situations at home that others would have no idea would even exist in a home. So me coming from one of those homes, being born to a pimp and a prostitute, you can understand that my life was filled with darkness. And even in that darkness, I was a straight A student. So school's my escape. And for a lot of our youth, based on some conversations that I've had, school is their escape. And with that being said, I feel representation of these particular students would also be ideal. And so I'm looking to offer myself and my services to the school district again, officially this time, to kind of pick my brain and experience and see how we can get more representation for our brown students in our Green Bay Public School primarily, but all students that deserve it, because poverty sees no color. So, sometimes we have to look past the melanin of an individual. And me being a mixed man in America, I've seen both sides of the coin because I live on the edge, so to speak. So I really don't have a lot to say. I really just wanted to introduce myself, let it be known that I am aware of some issues within our school district, very big brown population, and I would love to see some brown representation from a teacher or advocacy or nonprofit or whatever the case may be inside the school, so that our student body feels like they're heard, appreciated, respected, and represented.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Jackson.
I'm back here so I can see everybody. My name is Miss Jackson. I live in the Green Bay community. I do have kids that are in our district. I have 2 high schoolers and 1 elementary child. I guess what I am, I'm a mother, I'm a youth activist, I'm a community activist. I tend to keep my nose in everyone else's business that, to deal with especially with our district, our schools, and just the community as one. I do have a lot of concerns. I guess my number one concern is leadership. And I mean leadership around the table. And that goes from our admins to our teachers, down to our district and around the table. How are we treating our students in school? At the end of the day, you guys have to think about it, not just we're raising more than just kids. We're battling against social network like TikTok. And when I talk to a lot of like my higher officials, like I tend to tell them like they have to get with the program. We have to get to the TikTok trend to understand what our kids are going through, what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, because that's the era they're living right now. So we're battling against media, how we're treating our kids at home, how we're raising our kids at home, and how we're raising our kids at school. I guess when it comes to me, there's poor leadership in our district, especially dealing with our kids at our schools. Communication, when we have our communication goes a long way. So say my child got suspended for school. Don't just send my child home. You call me. I want to pull up. I want to know don't just send my kid home because I dropped my kid off to you in your hands. So I expect to pick my child up from Don't reprimand my child without my consent. I want to know what's going on with my child. I want to know where my child is. I don't want to have to worry about, damn, so you let my child, excuse my language, you let my child just go. Now I have to find my kid when it's school hours, and all kids supposed to be in school, right? It's a law, right? Yeah. During school hours. So there should be no kids outside. Communication around the table. We need to start communicating with our higher up as well when situations go on. If that means that our admins have to call and document every day or what's going on in our school, that means that it needs to happen. So we know what's going on. So we don't get backlash like, oh, they didn't tell me that, but what the hell happened? We should know everything when it happens. Don't let it backlash because it backlashes on you, but what about the higher? Now we gotta worry about how to repair all these pieces. And you could have just been like, hey, this happened today, da, 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 and let's get it out the way. I'm gonna get off, but so yeah, my biggest thing is just the leadership, what's going on, how our kids are being treated, and keeping our kids safe in our community, and especially in our schools. We don't want to leave no kids left behind. And that should go for all our staff at school. We need to communicate with the parents. If you guys are that damn scared to call home about a child, you shouldn't be in this job. What are you scared for? Stop being scared. Hey, come and get your child because I can't handle him right now. I can't handle her right now. Let's hold them accountable. Because now they're just playing in your guys' faces. They don't care if you kick them out or not. So if we want to make them accountable, we have to be accountable around the table. Stop being scary of your students. Okay? Are you scared of your kids at home? Are you guys? Yeah, right. I'm gonna reprimand my child any given day. I'm pulling up to school. Hey, check this out. Da 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 da. Stop doing it. If I have to pull back up, it's gonna be da da da. Let's go.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes,
we're at 5 minutes.
I'm done.
You were, okay,
Thank you.
Okay, those are the only two requests I had this evening. Don't see any others, so you're good. We'll move down to section 3, agenda item 3A. And I think, Alex, you're going to run education this evening, right? I'll pass the chair to you.
So our first update is in regards to the bilingual program update, and this, as well as the other three, will include Mr. Johns and a number of different people that he will bring with him. Do you want me to share my mic too over there?
The key is when you touch it, it silences everyone else's. So if they ask you a question, you have to re-engage.
Good evening, board. Good evening, student leaders. Happy to be with you this evening with an esteemed panel of guests. Board, as it's been a while since we provided an update on our bilingual programming in the district, and with some of you new at the table as board members, we felt it proper and appropriate to give you an update on our bilingual programming this evening. I'm going to test this out. There we go. I'm joined at the table this evening by Principal Natalie Nieheis from Doty Elementary, Jennifer Tremblay, Associate Director of Multilingual Programming, Shana Pochask, Elementary School Leadership Director, Julie Seafelt, Director of Multilingual Programming, Dr. Grazia Villarreal, Special Guest and Community Partner, and Amanda Garcia, Special Guest and Community Partner. I'll eventually reintroduce our community partners a little bit further into the presentation. Tonight, we want to share with you a range of content around our bilingual program. We'll begin with the benefits, share with you an overview of our programming and what our programming model looks like throughout the district, options available to our families as they select bilingual programming within our district, the alignment with bilingual programming in our district vision and priorities, and then a unique and special opportunity ahead at Doty Elementary in the years to come. And that's where I'll be including and inviting back in our community partners. And then, of course, there's opportunities for questions from you. It's slow to respond, folks, so give me. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to be speaking to the benefits of the bilingual programming and multilingualism. There's three major benefits that we have outlined, which are student achievement, college and career ready, and also community. When we look at student achievement across the board, bilingual children end up outperforming monolingual children when it comes to divergent thinking, pattern recognition, problem solving, and creative thinking. When we're looking at their cognitive advantages, we see more mental flexibility, stronger executive functioning skills, and metalinguistic skills. Multilingual learners can tell you, you learn how to process language differently. You learn how to connect two languages, three languages together. So bilingualism also leads to that metacognition. They have stronger memory skills, and that tends to seep into supporting other subjects like math and sciences and other content areas. For all participants, it does raise achievement, but for students who are Spanish speakers from birth, it also reduces achievement gaps. So when we look at student achievement, again, it's a solid benefit. College and career ready. Well, it prepares students for a global economy. If you were to look at any place, any town, you're going to see that most businesses have some sort of global connection, and they're looking for students who are not only bilingual, but also are bicultural or have those cultural kind of global readiness when we look at mentally. Also, the job opportunities in multiple private and public sectors. Personally, being multilingual has probably led to most of my career advancement and been a contributing factor. So I can speak from it personally. Community opportunities for bicultural competence. Also, it promotes global awareness and it reduces discrimination. For our students, it increases their self-esteem and these stronger cross-group relationships, as I think are more important to not only reach our demographic here in Green Bay, but if we look at where our children might end up, this is something that builds community for them in a lifetime. Here in the district, oops, slide, sorry. Like, I'll just race ahead here. If we look at our own district with bilingualism and the district vision and priorities, you see that we look at academic excellence and we look at that ELA math performance, grades 3 through 11. The goal is to meet and exceed those annual state averages as measured by state assessments. When we look at the thriving student body, At least 12% of our students will graduate with proficiency in multiple languages. And then finally, when we look at the Wisconsin Seal of Biliteracy, which has become more difficult to ascertain and to get, we see that this is a state-approved student credential that is awarded to graduating high school students in districts with a DPI-approved program. So they demonstrate their achievement in bilingualism, biliteracy, and social cultural competency in 2 or more languages. And Julie, we had students who this year received that, correct? Yeah. So this is something that we're building on. And again, it is something that for those students, it carries with them. But of course, also if we're looking at those 12% of students who graduate proficiency in multiple languages, that can be taken into any post K-12 education. So that is something that if you were to look at students going into college, going into non-college programs, military, of those areas, that 12% of our student body, that is something that sticks with them as far as for their future success.
So bilingual programs overview. So when we talk about bilingual, it's just using 2 languages for instruction. And here in Green Bay, we have Spanish bilingual programs. You will see across the country, there are Polish bilingual programs, there are Arabic bilingual programs, there are Hmong bilingual programs. Green Bay, we're going to be talking about our Spanish bilingual programs. So dual language immersion, we sometimes refer to that as DLI. You will hear that. So dual language immersion, the goal is to develop high levels of language and content in both Spanish and English. So if you think about dual language, it's the umbrella. And underneath that, there are 2 specific different programs, one being the 2-way bilingual program, and then there is the 1-way bilingual program. Now, both of those, remember, are DLI, they are dual language immersion programs. A 2-way program, your class is mixed. You are going to have 50% of the students who are coming from that English only background. And then you have 50% of your students who are coming from primarily Spanish is their home language. And they do have varying levels of English proficiency, from very new to the country to maybe I was raised bilingually in my home, speaking both languages. A 1-way program, 100% of that classroom are from that Spanish-speaking home. So here in Green Bay, we do have both types of programs. We have 2-way programs and we have 1-way programs. Once you have that established program, you have to figure out what's going to be that content allocation plan. And here in Green Bay, we have what's called a 50-50 model. That means within the walls of that classroom, approximately 50% of the time is spent in instruction in Spanish and 50% of the time is spent in instruction in English. And it doesn't matter which program you are in, the 2-way or the 1-way, they are both 50-50. So through that program, what Natalie talked about, we have many students who are accelerating that use of Spanish. And what we do in 8th grade is we administer what's called the Apple Spanish Language Assessment. And that is a proficiency test in Spanish. And we use that to help determine, can a student, quote, like pass out of Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3. You'll see a little bit later our data of our students coming out of our dual language programs, how many classes of high school Spanish they are like passing out of. If you think about in college, you had retro credits. That's basically the same thing here we are seeing in Green Bay. I'm coming in with those high levels of Spanish proficiency. So not everybody in Green Bay is in dual language immersion programs. So then we also offer that world language program to also obtain that seal of biliteracy and to reach Spanish proficiency. World language is you're focused on just the high levels of language proficiency in that other language. So for example, it could be French in our district. It could be Spanish in our district. And that starts in middle school. Eighth graders do have an opportunity to take Spanish 1 as an eighth grader. Or I can take that in high school and I can have Spanish 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have my AP Spanish and then my extended opportunities for credit beyond AP. And that's where I'm earning actual college credits. So Jen's going to dig a little bit deeper.
And I think I had wanted to mention as well that when we think about dual language immersion, whether it's a two-way or a one-way, the research does really show that a well-implemented program takes 6 years at least for students to reach native-like proficiency in their languages and grade level achievement. We know that a two-way program might achieve that a little bit sooner, but both programs do that around 6 years of a well-implemented program. So if you flip the slide, we wanted to share what options we have specifically here and at what schools you will find the program. So 4K, we have 100% Spanish speakers in those programs, and about 90% of it is taught in Spanish and 10% is taught in English. We're located at the Head Start Learning Center, Baird, Dan's, Eisenhower, Jackson, and Sullivan, and the numbers there indicate how many students are enrolled currently. Yep. We have 2 buildings that currently have the two-way bilingual, and that is Baird and Wilder. The class makeup, as Julie said, Spanish speakers and 50% English speakers. And in the two-way, you can enter in kindergarten and first grade only, simply because beyond that, an English speaker would not be able to keep up with where the proficiency of the languages of all the other students. And then all academic subjects are taught 50% in both languages. And then like the specials areas like gym, art, music are taught in English. The schools that we house one-way programs at, again, that's 100% of Spanish speakers. Dan's, Doty, Eisenhower, Jackson, Nicolay, and Sullivan, those student numbers are there. And similarly, the academic subjects are taught 50% in English, 50% in Spanish, just like the two-way. And then in middle school at Edison and Washington, they have a blend of English and Spanish instruction, and that just varies by their grade level and content. And then again, knowing our goal of multilingualism in the district, we also offer Spanish 1 at all of our middle schools in 8th grade. And we currently have 392 students in Spanish 1. That's also me. I apologize. Like Julie mentioned earlier. Okay, as Julie mentioned earlier, our 8th graders have the opportunity to take that Spanish language assessment to help them place into, or offer them the opportunity rather, to place into higher levels of Spanish as a world language. And so you can see here that we do have quite a few students who are placing into Spanish 3, Spanish 4, AP Spanish. And then like Julie said, once they complete those, and if they still have time left in their career, they can get early college credit as well if they choose.
Now it's time for me to talk about Doty. Well, I could talk about Doty all day, but basically what we're looking at here is a couple little shifts and opportunities for the Doty campus. We're looking at doing two-way with the addition of specials. So we would have our specials, art, music, and PE, also being offered as bilingual classes. So that would depend kind of on what content area and how that would pan out. But we would be looking for extending that two-way all through the day. And that would be one of the opportunities we have to kind of shift the program model. The other part, and we'll be introducing this, is community partnerships and kind of building more pathways for families, connecting our families that are part of the program with each other, but also with opportunities to connect with the language. as mentioned, the PE, and then also with the community partnerships is looking at another kind of longer range conversation, which is around recruitment of bilingual staff and possibly using Doty as more of a mini little incubator to grow bilingual teachers in a non-creepy way.
So as it relates to the opportunity at Doty that Natalie just laid out, and incredibly excited for all of the potential there. If you look to the research in terms of what an optimal bilingual program should look like, we really have an opportunity to approach that and have that be a model that could be replicated in other places within our district. So I'd like to reintroduce our community partners at this point who are and will be critical to making this experience at Doty and the strength of our program beyond Doty possible. Dr. Grazia Villarreal is a bilingual and bicultural educator who brings strategic foresight and lived experience to help schools and organizations work more effectively across languages and cultures. She served for 3 decades as a professor at St. Norbert College. And Amanda Garcia, who's passionate bilingual educator and community leader, whose work centers on early childhood education, family engagement, and culturally responsive nonprofit leadership. She served the Latino community for over 15 years in various roles. She's currently pursuing her doctorate of education in applied leadership at the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, with a dissertation exploring the role of bilingual education in supporting community integration and student achievement. Amanda has taught in bilingual classrooms at St. Thomas More, a Catholic school committed to dual language instruction. She initially volunteered as an instructor for the Escuelita Early Childhood Program and now oversees the bilingual and bicultural program along with other programs focused on Latino education, community well-being, and health education. She serves as the executive director of Casa Alba Melanie, where she leads community-based education efforts and builds strong school-family partnerships rooted in cultural respect. As I share the bios of these 2 partners, it's clear why we turn to them to join us in a supporting role of further developing the vision for this program and the ultimate success of this for our kids and families throughout the district. I'd invite our partners now to share what motivates and inspires them about being a part of this work and where they hope to see it go.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Well, it is a pleasure for me to be here tonight. There are probably several reasons why this is really interesting for me personally and also for the community. I think one of the first ones is because I'm really interested in strategic foresight. We have to do things today so that our community will benefit from them 10 years from now. And I think one of the biggest issues is that we have become a very diverse district, and it's important to educate the population so that that population will be able to really continue to make Green Bay the incredible community that it is today, and that continue to grow and continue to be a place where people want to come. And the way to do that is through education. So that's one big motivator. Second motivator, I think, is that if we don't do things now, others will do it. And they already are starting. As we know, the Green Bay Catholic schools are starting to provide bilingual programs across the board. We know that there are schools like Cristo Rey, St. Ag Academy that are already looking at what they could do in Green Bay because we have a very large Latino population and diverse population. So I think that that's another really big, important factor for me is that it's really important for our community that has everything in place right now to be able to move forward and really start doing this today. So, thank you.
Still on. Buenas tardes a todos. We can't have a conversation about bilingualism without a little Spanish. I said good evening, everyone, in Spanish. As was mentioned, my name is Amanda Garcia, and I was a strong advocate for keeping Doty open because I believe in the bilingual programs and just expanding what we have currently in Green Bay. I think my biggest why for wanting to partner on this project is lived experience. I went to Howe Elementary, and I was an only Spanish speaker in kindergarten. I still remember when my parents dropped me off at school and said, you know, you'll learn English eventually, but it might take you a while because I was only a Spanish speaker at the time. And I did become bilingual by the time I was in 3rd grade. But at the time, I remember just getting pulled out for an hour every day to do some Spanish instruction, and then the rest of the day, I had no idea what was going on. So I'm very excited about the opportunity that this presents to both Latino and non-Latino families. As was shared, we're becoming a very diverse community. We are a diverse community, and the Latino population is the largest growing demographic group in Brown County. That's what the data shows us. Right now, we're 30% Latino, but I anticipate that in 10 years from now, that number is going to go up to 40 or 50%. And I think this is also an opportunity to try to bring families back to Green Bay, to want to have their kids enrolled here, because this presents an opportunity that might not exist elsewhere. So I can go on and on about my why as to why I want to join this partnership. I'm really excited about what this could look like, and I'm happy to share my expertise in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Thank you, panel, for the presentation. Next slide is an invitation board for any questions. Mr. Minow, we're happy to field.
President Larley?
So I just want to make sure that I understand what the opportunity is. So your presentation differentiated Doty from the other school programs by adding the specials. And so is that the scope? And if that's the scope, what is the nature of the partnership? I recognize that you indicated incubating teachers, right? Can you kind of give me a flavor of what that looks like?
So I think, at Doty, one of our goals would be to use the opportunity to build using what we already know about dual language that works here in Green Bay, but then offering and basically piloting, seeing do we get that added boost, I guess, from having the specials also be. So you're extending the day and you're extending the language for both partnerships. So for both your English speakers and your Spanish speaking students. I think the community partnership, one of the things that when you look at the checklist of effective models, it's highly, the idea of how do you engage families? How do you engage families to begin with, but then how do you keep their engagement strong? Because this is more than a commitment from like a one-time commitment. The students and their families have to become part of a community, and our partners are willing to help with not only that recruitment phase, but then also that engagement and continuous engagement phase. So I'm not sure if that answers specifically or if someone else has something to add on.
That helps me, and I'll just let others ask questions.
I would actually just add on to that too, which might help you understand it a little bit. So one piece I think to articulate is our programs have morphed in their emphasis and the offerings over the last 10 years, especially. And one of the things that has happened in some of our past iterations of our program setup is parents, of English and Spanish speaking backgrounds kind of opting in and out of the program as they've gone through it, and kind of maintaining that engagement and that value and what they're getting out of the program, instead of saying, hey, I don't want this anymore, it's not working, seeing it through. And so that's where I think reorganizing and also putting out there, by the way, to the entire community that we're back to emphasis on 50-50 bicultural bilingual and not an English proficiency emphasis is a huge thing that will help continue that that long-term engagement. Lynn.
This question might follow up on what you just said. Can somebody explain, in terms of a school district program, the difference between a bilingual program, a multilingual program, and an ESL program? And I have other questions, but please start there.
Yep. So I talk with my hands. So when we look at multilingual learners, those are the students, and the state has programs that we are allowed to use to educate students. So the goal of any program is proficiency in English. But the bilingual program has that great added bonus of becoming proficient in English and proficient in Spanish. So multilingual learners, like if we have a Hmong student, if we have a Somali student, we do not have a bilingual program for them. So their program is ESL, English as a Second Language. Now within that program, we still do use native language to help students acquire and take on English. It just works with making connections. We are fortunate, we do have some Hmong speaking ESL teachers in our district. We do not have any Somali speaking ESL teachers, but that's where we hire bilingual paraprofessionals in Spanish, Hmong, Somali, Dari, Pashto, Karen. So we were able to use that language even in that ESL setting. Does that help? Okay.
So for the 50-50 or two-way, whatever we call it, children who are native English speakers have to start that in kindergarten or first grade, you said. So that must be a parental decision, right? And then is the assumption that they will go for at least 6 years, and how is that working out?
So yeah, the goal would be that the parents commit to the 6 years to see the scope of the benefits of language proficiency and content knowledge. I do think that what we have seen in the 2s and then into middle school is that we lose English speaking students along the way. So I think, like Natalie was saying, with our community partners, how can we really create a robust program where that's not happening? And really be strategic, I guess, about supporting families through that process. Because initially, I do think some English speaking students do struggle. Some, it's a completely different environment for them, but our teachers are really supportive of students to support them through that. And then, our goal would be that they at least go through 6 years.
James.
So I appreciate it. And actually, you answered a question in your presentation, a question I had in your presentation by identifying how many students per facility are actually enrolled in the program. I anticipate a answer to this question that I don't like, but that tells me what we are able to provide as far as capacity. What is the unmet demand? Right? So has anyone looked at our district and said, if I know that the impediment to expansion is qualified teachers, right? And making sure that we're able to resource this. But if we had an unlimited supply of qualified staff, does anyone have an idea of what the demand is in our district for this program?
To clarify, are you asking about the one-way or the two-way or anything in particular?
Either, so outside of world languages,
Mhm.
inside the bilingual education, whether it be one way or two way, have we done an assessment that said, we are not meeting demand of 500 students,
Okay.
right? That's the question that I have. And if someone's actually done that analysis.
So I don't have hard numbers for you, but what I can tell you is we do have many families of Latino heritage who would like their student in a bilingual program, and we just don't have the space for
Sure,
them
we don't have the
right now.
capacity, right? Okay.
Yes.
And I would quickly also add that, and I think a lot of you know my background related to bilingual, that and I kind of mentioned this before, that also making sure the community is aware of kind of a renewed focus on bilingualism and really communicating well what our goals are, especially long term, and re-emphasizing our commitment to it. I think that will also have a positive impact on some of those numbers and that demand, because I think unofficially, you know, if you talk to a lot of people of, you know, Latino and non-Latino background, there is a lot of demand out there, but I think there's a lot of community questions and concerns about the changes and the quality of the programming that's kind of continued to morph. So I think what we're doing here today is very important and that will affect that. Andrew?
Thank you. So is it 50-50 in all grades now? And if so, when did it change? Because I remember there being a lot of discussions about it changing, and then did it change too quickly between grade levels? And then I might have a follow-up.
So this year, the start of the 50-50 instruction actually came about with our literacy program that and our literacy curriculum. We really wanted to make sure kids were getting opportunities to use both languages and be able to, I guess, see the connections between the two at the same time. And ensure that they had opportunities to be developing English along with the Spanish. So right now, that's where our 50-50 is. Math instruction still lies a little bit heavier in Spanish in K2 and a little heavier in English 3-5. Overall, their academic day is about 50% in each language. Teachers also utilize strategies, like so if they're in English, they might use some strategies in Spanish to help kids understand. So coming up with an exact 50% every single day is complicated, but overall, the goal is 50% in each language.
I guess just to follow up, there were, and maybe we've moved on from this and it's just a 50-50 average, but I remember there being quite a bit of concern about, especially the, what appeared to be a cliff edge between a 70-30 and then a 30-70 split. So that's not there, or that is there for math, but not other stuff, or?
So I think you're referring to the language allocation that was here about 3 years ago, where in the K2, it was 70% Spanish, 30% English, and then in 3-5, it went to 30% Spanish, 70% English. As Jen has said, it was primarily due to our ELA adoption. The teachers who were piloting that, they were in that 70-30, and it couldn't be done. And so it was the teachers who came forward and said, we really need a 50-50 model across the board. And so that's when it switched.
I just want to add on too, from my experience of being in 3 different buildings of bilingual, all different models. We've moved away from the days where they would literally wear like a colored scarf the teacher would wear, and that would signify I'm now in English mode. And if the scarf went off, I'm now in Spanish mode, and it was very strict. And now we see through research that's actually better to translanguage and be able to support both simultaneously. So you will often be in a classroom and they will respond to the student's needs. And they will be able to go back and forth between languages. A child can answer in their preferred language. We honor their language. And then their activity, we might want to, support them in practicing a certain way. But if they want to write or speak in whichever language, they can.
Laura?
This is a question for Natalie. So I like very much the idea of Doty being kind of an incubator and an example for the rest of the district. But Doty's about to have some huge changes. So can you talk a little bit about what preparation has been done as it gets set up to welcome a whole bunch more kids into that community? And maybe I'm jumping the gun. Maybe it hasn't happened yet, but do you anticipate, can you give me just what are your thoughts about that as you consolidate those 2 schools?
Well, my cohort, my partner, Melissa is not here today. She's off this week. But one of the things that we're already doing is Melissa and I meet quite regularly, and we're already starting to align different parts of our school. As far as we'll be sharing a coach, interventionist, math coach, hopefully a behavior PST. Beyond that, I'm working to prepare my staff for kind of like that change as we might be looking at different structures around behavior and behavior management. so that as all, as was announced, I will be the associate principal role and she'll be the principal role. So trying to even my staff through that kind of change in leadership. And I think help them understand sort of like the direction we're all going into. So a lot of the things last year, it was funny when my staff, we do all staff needs assessment. So everybody's there. And a lot of the questions were, okay, so can we find out first, like Langlade, how do they feel about that? Because we need to see where they're at on this. And so there was a lot of conversation about where their staff is and also things that we felt like, oh, are super important, but also things where we're like, we have to be ready when something's important to kind of come together and group together. So we're doing a lot of the legwork now as the construction obviously started and everything that entails. But we're mostly looking for this first part of the school year is really to give Langlade their opportunity to kind of focus on Langlade. And then we'll be trying that second part of the school year to do more active integration between students, between staff, things like that. But first we got to give them their space. It's a hard situation and we want to make sure we're being completely, understanding of that.
Ms. McCoy, if I might add, just to your question, I don't think it was mentioned explicitly, but when this happens at Doty, it'll happen with a kindergarten class only, and then it'll grow 1 year at a time. So in terms of thinking about the magnitude of this in the school, it will phase in through the kindergarten class first and then annually grow.
Superintendent Byer.
Thank you for asking that question. We plan to provide the board with an update sometime this fall on the consolidation plan, but they've been working the 6 schools that will be impacted since it was finalized.
And Samantha.
Thanks. This is really, really exciting. And this kind of was answered a bit, but I was just curious as to, obviously this is a conversation at the elementary level and really getting this model going at the elementary level with a huge amount of community support is really exciting. I guess long-term thinking, if this is very successful, what does that look like into the middle school level as well, so that we're supporting those students as they continue on their language journeys?
I think that our goal is we know that it's a 6-year minimum for students. So I do think, we already have bilingual programming at the middle school. So I do think that we're going to consider those options and, where can this go, from there for those students who who've elected that option to be in bilingual at Doty.
I would like to piggyback on that myself. So I was at Edison when we had started, took the first set of Dan's kids and then started the bilingual at the middle school level for the first time. And it was new. And we, long story short, we weren't necessarily super prepared for that yet. And we got some things together. So kind of taking that with what you just said, that is definitely something I would like to ask/push for, is to make sure that we put some more emphasis on what we are doing at that middle school level. Because, for example, as someone who actually started late becoming bilingual with middle school, thinking where kids are going to be coming, I just feel like that's a crucial part that kids are really going to need, and that is really going to be just really a crucial part to their overall development, big picture, especially as you get into the higher level classes, thinking, and everything in high school and college and beyond. So with that being said, real quickly, as probably one of, if not the only person who's certified in physical education or related art and Spanish, and a bilingual certified related arts teacher, any thoughts, plans, considerations on, and this is where she could have a role as well, how to make sure we have people that can teach the FIAD, the art, because there are very few people like myself who are certified and experienced to teach bilingual related arts classes. Because right now, I mean, I'm here now, so I can't come back. Can't double dip. So.
The partnership with our community partners and the connections they have, working with our wonderful HR team, with our different departments, because we have to secure our best staff. And that will involve the related arts as well. So we're looking forward to that. It's going to be an awesome challenge.
James.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You were talking about we have to secure this starts in the fall, right? We have the appropriate resources. Oh, 26, 27. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you.
Yes. And we do have currently some staff that are certified in the related arts and speak Spanish.
Anything else from all of you?
No, thanks. We look forward to some more updates as the year progresses, and we'll be excited to share the opening events with you all when the time comes. Thanks, team. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Very excited for all of your work. Next, we will have the 3B, posting of standards, and I believe David Johns will be back for this one as well. Just as he gets prepared, a couple things. This is something that we are annually required to do, required to post particular academic standards. So it's a little bit of a formality and something that we will be voting on to adopt at a later date.
Thank you. I've invited Angie Lacombe, Director of Teaching and Learning, to the board table for any questions you might have about, as Mr. Minow said, this annual requirement we have to post standards in the designated curricular areas.
Any questions, anyone? Anything you want to share? Otherwise, okay. So yeah. One moment here. I just got to get back to our meeting. Thank you. 3C, strategic plan dashboard update.
Thank you. You get me again. I am joining the Zoom meeting because I'll be projecting from my screen here in just a moment. The purpose of this agenda item is to share with the board what I would call a prototype of the strategic planning dashboard and strategic actions accountability table. It is meant to center and guide our monthly conversations about where we are in the progress of achieving or exceeding our 5-year goals outlined in our strategic plan. It's July. This is month 1 of year 1 of our strategic plan. And we have an amazing programming team ready to respond to your feedback today after I share a snapshot of the plan or the visual. And then I'll go right to them tomorrow with an early morning appointment, and we'll make some adjustments with the intent to come back to you in 2 weeks with a proposed calendar of when these updates would fall month over month. And so that would be for you to take a look at and discuss, and then we'd move forward with that cadence. So I'm going to share, oh boy, I'm going to share my screen quickly so you all don't have to look at that on the screen. All right, here we go. Kinsey, are you at adjustment again so we can get that whole screen? Okay. So the finer details within here just know come explicitly from the strategic plan itself. This is a visualization, and again, it's meant to solicit feedback from you that represents the strategic goal areas under our academic excellence priority. This visual shows how we would be able to represent year over year our progress toward a 5-year goal. And you see these unpacked here on the left in the table. What you see here is not the 5-year goal, it's the year 1 benchmark, because we want this visual to be archivable to show year over year the progress that we're making. So the domain teams that were the architects of this plan took our year 5 goals and then worked with data to back map it to what we call benchmark goals, year 1, year 3, sometimes year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, depending on what we're actually measuring. So here you see our academic excellence goals, pretty traditional language around ELA and math goals as measured by state assessments. What it shows right now on this, and this is why I wanted to present this, it shows on the mouse over where we are at our starting point and where the state is. The reason why we're showing the state on some of these is because our goal is actually to meet or exceed where the state is. We fundamentally believe we can be leaders in Green Bay in all areas. And so we are benchmarking our progress academically against where the state is as a whole. So right off the bat, you see the gap that's to close. The state will be a moving target each year. So we'll keep this updated and continue to visualize what I intend to show, and that is the closing of that gap between where the state is and where we are as a district. Each one of the data points represents a year. Year 0 is our baseline. Year 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, all the way up to year 5. So these graphs tell the story of all things academic, the ACT, graduation rates, students with dual credit, AP credit, credentials, things like that. There are 3 other strategic domain areas where, again, we'll prepare visuals, but really just wanted to get some feedback on this. I think I'll stop here and hear what your thoughts are around the data visualization, and then we'll take a look at what we'll use to monitor our conversation about our actions. Because there's one thing to say this is where we want to be. The other part of that conversation is, well, what are we going to do to get there?
James.
Thank you, David. So what I'm looking at is I see the target in red, right? The blue line that's part of the visualization right now, that's plan, right? So you plan an incremental of change per year towards our goal. So is your intent to layer actual on as a third trend line as part of this visualization as we move from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3? So we'll actually see where we are against plan and against threshold?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. The intent would be to show ideally where we're accelerating progress toward our goals.
I'll just add, this is something I would see every day in my workplace. This matches my expectations. This allows us a way to monitor. And I recognize that these changes being year over year, we only have real good evaluation, point in time during a year, and that's at the end of this. But this helps me tremendously. And, having been here just 3 years, this is from a governance perspective, a radical change in the last 3 years from where I came to now. So I really appreciate the work that's been put into this and the effort to build this out. I know that there was some IT and computing resources to put this together. I really appreciate that.
And I would also add 2, completely different things. First and foremost, for the community to also understand that, with our strategic objectives and goals going forward, this is a newly created thing that we are formulating to gauge our progress so that we can be held accountable as a district, as a community, of whether or not we are achieving our goals, and obviously course correct as necessary. We need these tools to do that. And as a board, just a reminder again, too, this is our opportunity, the beginning of our opportunities to formulate this how we want it so that we can use this and have the information that we want. So again, any questions, obviously continue to keep asking them and keep going.
Thank you. I really do see each month as we take a look at a moment in time with these as a learning opportunity together about how this may need to be refined and fine-tuned. Mr. Lyerly, as you pointed out, that academic data, the goals are based on a once a year, which honestly, we don't even get official results until October of the following year. So our intention is to share with you at the same time interim data related to those goal areas that are actually driving our actions and allowing us to make adjustments to our actions. And so an academic update, let's say quarterly, is going to be rich with data relative to what are we looking at that's predictive of where we might be by the end of the year. And so this won't be the only data you'll see visualized monthly, but this will really be the summation of that.
Go ahead, yes.
Yeah. So am I envisioning this correctly? This is shareable, right? As um, uh, parents, community members want to evaluate our performance against strategic plan, this will be discoverable on our web properties or whatever, so that they can kind of look in and not just get a DPI scorecard snapshot, but also see this trend line of where we're moving.
Absolutely, and see it layered, measuring the health of our entire system beyond what a DPI scorecard would give. So I'm going to then shift, and you'll see that these are tabbed, and this will be available to you in real time. These are tabbed, and so academic excellence, and again, I'll go to the programmers tomorrow and we'll have the other three put in there for the end of the month. But just as important will be the way in which we talk about our actions. So we have a way of depicting checkpoints on our strategic actions. These again are the path that we'll take to be successful year over year and make that progress toward our 5-year goals. These will change year over year. These are meant to be built upon. Some of them are foundational. Some of them are launching work that hasn't even started yet. And so what we want to be able to communicate with the board and engage with the board around would be those things that may not have yet been started, but we would provide using, again, our programmers technology, the ability through mouse over to highlight when that actually is going to start. And so should we reach 6 months through the calendar year and there's still a lot of not yet started, we would owe you a description of, well, when is that going to start? Other ways that we envision depicting progress would be a statement like on track. It communicates to you that things are going as planned with this. And to the degree that you want to talk about that or hear evidence around that, we're open to that. This notion of at risk would be probably what I would call the first bump in the road, something that we've gotten started but has hit some type of barrier. And it would be important that we discuss those barriers. It might be the loss of a funding source. It might be challenges with staffing. It might be competing directives that are coming to us. Those would be all things that might signal one of these actions to be at risk. And we have to talk about those things at the board table. And then, of course, behind. Behind means exactly that. We thought we would be to a certain point and we're not there, and we need to talk about why, and we need to resolve that, because if it was important enough to say, this is one of a handful of things that we're going to accomplish this year, we need to see it through. And then, of course, completed. And the goal would be month over month, we would continue to update this so that we could see the shifts from not yet started, on track to ultimately competed. And we'll talk about the spaces in between where we're having some struggles. These are the strategic actions designed by the work team. So these are locked in. with the understanding, again, based on your feedback, is this how you'd like to monitor our progress toward those?
Samantha?
Just a clarification, I'm sorry if I missed it. You said these are things that would either reset or kind of orient themselves annually then on the year by year progress? I'm assuming some things might carry over if they're ongoing.
The relationship between this and the data dashboard is that these are the things right now that we believe will get us to those year one benchmarks. And it's, you know, it's kind of the difference between strategic priority and what I call the day job. So a lot of these are actually just going to become the day job. So if the intention in year one is to establish a data protocol that would be used universally and consistently throughout buildings, then we'll do that. But year two won't say use the data protocol. We'll monitor if there's challenges in using it, but some of those things are kind of like one and done and then cooked into the system. Other things might have a level of complexity that grows year over year. There's a few different ways these might unfold from year over year, but it'll all be based on what kind of progress are we making toward year one.
James?
I want to ask a follow-up to Samantha's question, because it's reasonable to consider that in a particular year, after you plan in July, you get to November and you need to change your plan, right? So I could imagine this list being pliable or flexible with description of why we removed number 8 and put in a new number 8 kind of thing. So I see this kind of as the work. And from a district's perspective, I would challenge you not to make a annual plan and then treat it as gospel. And not be flexibly minded during the year to do the right thing at the right time, as long as we have an opportunity to see that and manage that change across time. And when I look at the statusing and how you're projecting the health of the particular executive actions, I would recommend, when I think of what I'm seeing, at risk is a proactive look into the future where you see a risk to this not completing on time. And that behind is, I've realized that risk, right? And so if you've realized the risk, my expectation would be that you have some sort of remediation plan at the table when you come and say, yeah, we've realized this risk. Here's what we're going to do about it, right? And keep us informed and kind of proactively, manage the risk at the at-risk items, there as well. So the more in advance we know about something, that bump in the road actually turning into an impediment or blocker to success, the more healthy the conversation around the table will be, and allow us to support you in.
Thank you. Those of us who will be executing this plan appreciate everything you said.
Anyone else?
I just want to make sure I capture my takeaways as I work with the team tomorrow to build out the other visualizations. When appropriate, based on the data that we're representing, to make sure that we include essentially a tracking line that captures our real progress relative to what our trajectory was. And a way to think about communicating the distinction between these kind of zones of accomplishment here for these actions. Was there anything else that would be important for the programmers to know before we build this out fully and start putting it into use?
The only thing I would add is, if this isn't inherent in one of your responses, so I just want to clarify, we have our yearly data, we only get it at a certain time and so on, and you've kind of answered this. Are we going to use or include a spot to have other data we're doing in our schools that we do on a quarterly or semester basis? So, whether it's STAR testing or whatever other data forms we might use. So are we going to, or can we have that in some location to at least be able to kind of say, hey, look at this, this is where we're at now with this data, and we can draw some correlations?
Yeah, appreciate you mentioning the STAR because that's going to be an important screener that will be installed through high school for us. And so when I talked about the quarterly updates, not just basing it on annual data, but also visualizing data that is more real time and in the moment for us, that's where we'll present a balance, not in the dashboard, but in supplemental materials that we'll present during the time of the check-in. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you much. And lastly, for education, which I believe we still need you as well, the progress report on our high school continuous improvement.
I'll be welcoming at the table Principal Lisa Lip from East High School and Director Cindy Olson, Secondary Director of School Leadership, to partner with me. Kinsey, will you launch that second deck, please? So we open this conversation and discussion around continuous improvement in our high schools with the portrait of a graduate. We lead with the portrait because we lead with the portrait in mind. The origins of this unfold over the last 18 months. This is the first full school year we'll be going into with the portrait as our guide. It is essentially our vision as a district. And when we think about that student that walks across the stage sometime in June, and you're all there shaking hands with them, this is what we want to keep in mind. These are the young people that we're sending out into the world, and this is what the community asked us to develop among the young people that we sent out into the world. So what we're sharing around some changes and updates and improvement opportunities within high school is in the interest and in the service of ensuring that more of our students are walking across the stage year over year, really embodying this portrait. Next slide, Kinsey. So the path to this portrait, when you think about that student, there is the lowest possible bar we can set, and that is you've earned enough credits to graduate. There's enough tick marks on a transcript to say you get the diploma. And so that's listed on the bottom here because that is really the lowest bar. What we absolutely hope happens is through positive experiences in high schools, our students can explore their interests through electives. They can be engaged, clubs, performance groups, athletics, start new clubs and organizations. And that while they're in high school, they're guided by a plan to pursue options that are starting to orient them beyond high school into their post-secondary life. So that's what we want to focus on today, the opportunities we have to look beyond the most basic level, and that is, do you have enough credits to graduate, into creating experiences and structures in high school and taking advantage of levers that are within our circle of influence to ensure that our students walk across that stage embodying the portrait. Next slide, Kinsey.
So with that, talk about the work that we're doing with our students as our portrait of a graduate, we've divided the work into 4 levers. How, excuse me, how we'll organize students, how we use our time, the way that we monitor and respond to students' needs, and then how we continue to grow the capacity of our school staff. Kinsey. So organizing our students, this work started in January with a meeting with all of our comprehensive principals where we acknowledged the fact that there needs to be some work on the high school experience to ensure that every student is meeting that threshold of graduating. But then also we wanted to do some work to make sure the experience
is better for our students so that it's more than just meeting the tick marks of graduation. So our principals have divided and devised plans in each of the 4 high schools to create smaller learning communities within the 9th grade. And then we are adding more personalized programming for students that may be off track. And that starts with a meeting with families for students that are seniors entering our schools this fall as seniors that may not be on track to graduate.
So we work together as a team. Just so you know, we as head principals of the high school, we meet monthly in our own CLT. We are collaborating probably like we haven't done before as head principals. This is my first year at East as the head principal, and I've not seen it in the 8 years that I was an AP there. So we are intentionally collaborating around everything we do in our schools so there's more consistency because we're more alike than we are different. One of the things we talked about is our 9th grade experience. Our 9th graders are coming in, not really understanding what high school is all about. And it shouldn't look the same for every single student. We need to make sure that we're really looking at unique experiences for every single one of them. So we did talk, we're doing teams. I know Preble's calling them hives because it just fits well with them. But we will have teams so that students, we're shrinking our student population so that there's a group of teachers that are going to work with those students in our core classes. So English, math, social studies, and science. So there's going to be a team that then can collaborate around those students and can talk about the struggles that they're having with students because we want to try to hit those struggles early. We do work with LST, so learning support teams. And so that will help us. Those teachers will be a part of that along with counselors, administrators to talk about the students who are struggling so we can start looking at that early on as a freshman. So not waiting until they're sophomores and juniors and they're credit deficient. What can we do now to capture them so that when they want to do things like City Stadium Automotive or Bay Links Manufacturing, we can get them there. And so they're not applying as sophomores for City Stadium Automotive and they can't get in because they're credit deficient as sophomores. We're also looking at how do we then now work with our students who are credit deficient. So we have sophomores, we have juniors, and we have seniors that are credit deficient with the seats decreasing at the academy. We're bringing programming back into our building to try to help get them to recoup those credits. So at East, we have an additional 1.0 FTE that's coming. It's a teacher from NEW that is going to come in and help us look at each of these students. We will bring them in and talk with them, the parents, with the student, with counselor, with administrators, and looking at what does their programming look like. So not just shoving them into a credit recovery, but also looking at what is their career trajectory and how do we also then get them into an NWTC class, a dual credit class. If they want to be something in the medical field, can we get them in the CNA class? So those are examples of what we want to do for each individual student so that they can also then, they can graduate, but they also have something under their belt that will help them to have a career once they graduate.
In the area of use of time, we will be bringing forward a common high school schedule. And some components of the schedule would be a later start time, consistent daily schedule for students, and then a blend of longer and shorter classes. So sometimes it's called block and skinny. It might be what the terms that you hear students talk about, block and skinnies. Fewer transitions that optimize instructional time. And then this was all designed collaboratively, and I see some nods between Superintendent Beyer and our students that this is going to have an amazing impact on the daily schedule. It's 26, 27, so it's not next year, but the next year. But really some taking student feedback from ICSC and then having a group come together to look at what the high school schedule could look like, and then having that be implemented consistently district-wide. One of the things that does is that really allows us to provide virtual programming for our students at any point in the day. Right now, that doesn't work because we do have different schedules in our 4 high schools. And so there has to be some strategery that goes into when a class is being held. So that strategic work that needs to be used, strategic work. Sorry, so I caught that look too, Vicky. Some strategic work that we need to do, whether it's the beginning of the day or the end of the day, that it falls within a natural time to fit within each, for each high school.
Laura?
I'm really, really happy to see the later start time being reintroduced after being off track during COVID, and a lot of work went into that. Um, some years ago, I went to a lot of those meetings, and it was very interesting. Do you, I don't know how far you are into that part yet, but will the work of that committee be too dated to use at this point, do you think, or we would be able to go back and revisit that work and maybe use it at least partially for changing the later start times?
So I was a part of that work too, Laura. And we've definitely used some of what was talked about then. One of the things with this, with the change and the block and the skinnies, one of the things we're able to do is recuperate a lot of time that right now was used for lunch. And so you can't count that in instructional minutes. So we're taking, I don't want to like give a number, but we're getting a good chunk of time back in the instructional minutes. So I'm sure there's some people out there thinking and worried that, well, if we start later, then we're going to end later too. Not necessarily. There's a nice balance between the two. So there's a lot of work to do to get the time specific yet, but yes, a later start time.
I'm just really, I know a lot of people are interested in that. And I know from those meetings, I don't know, was that 5 years ago now? That it's way more complicated than most people understand, but still doable. So, thank you.
Lynn?
Um, for the consistent daily schedule, are you talking about consistent from high school to high school? Or are you talking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday all being day one, not day one, day two, day one, day two?
Both. So all high schools would have the same schedule, and we would function on semesters versus trimesters or day 1, day 2.
Andrew?
Thank you. So if there's semesters that aren't day 1, day 2, then how does that work? Are you in a half credit? Because right now, if you're in a 1 period, traditional length period for one semester, it would be a half credit, or for the whole year, it would be 1 credit. So does that, am I missing something on how the, am I missing?
Yeah, that's a good catch that you bring that up. When we talked about a blend of longer and shorter periods, there will be some courses, and they'd be consistent courses that would be offered all year long for a shorter amount of time, similar to what we have now, but we actually think we can get a little more time in those courses, approximately 45, 46 minutes per course. They would run year long, which, for example, would be an advanced placement course, because it's really important that our kids are in the class concurrently when they're being assessed for it. Other classes would be longer, but would be only a semester long. So students would have students. If I'm a student and Cindy's a student, we wouldn't have exactly the same carbon copy daily schedule based on the courses we picked. But some courses would be offered only as the shorter course year long, and others would be blocked.
So so how would a half credit course exist? That would be short for 1 semester? Okay. And then there would be 2 different ways of getting a full credit. Okay.
Feedback from teachers in the field is really pointing to where it would be ideal. We know things like language acquisition requires consistency and routine. We know that high school lab-based science classes require lots of setup so that we can get the most out of the lab experience. And so that points us in two different directions with how we would structure those courses.
So along that same line, this modified block, and you and I have talked, I've made schedules like this in the past, and that's kind of where my question comes from is, how have you made your decisions, and who has been involved in decision making, or at least up to this point, as far as which classes receive a certain time allocation and frequency?
Those decisions are still to be made. We're at a point 18 months into this process of really just landing on this schedule design. We certainly have the voices of the 30 plus participants in our work group in terms of types of subjects. Our last outreach to the field solicited probably 25 opportunities for follow-up where we were learning more about that. This is a 26, 27 schedule, and that's to be learned to make sure that the folks who need a certain configuration of time have that accommodated. We will stay consistent. We won't have a lab science class in one school be blocked and in another school be short, but yeah.
And just to follow up, my biggest ask, and concern and ask would be that, department chairs and school leadership, educators, in different content areas, obviously have a pretty strong, at least, opportunity to give their input on what they think, so.
We also talked about our advisory class that runs. We're excited that first of all, we're going to be excited that we're going to be on the same schedule. We did a lot of work at East when we moved to that trimester, and we truly believe in the longer class periods, the less transition. There's a lot of benefit from that. There are some hindrances that come with being on a different schedule than everybody else. But we are excited about that. But we talked a lot about our advisory, and all of the schools are now on, we all have grade level advisories at the high school. So freshmen are in one, 10 are in others. And then they keep that same teacher for 4 years. So there's this consistency, there is a relationship that is developed along the way. And then we're all going to be using Prep for the Step, which is something that came out of ICSC. So this is helping our 9th graders transition in from middle school. And at East, we started that at the beginning of the year. So we started working with 8th graders, trying to get them to transition into high school by having meetings, by having them come and do tours a couple times already in the year, by having some of our 9th graders or our upperclassmen go over to Washington and mentor some of our students who we know are going to struggle as they come into high school. And so we're really looking at how do we leverage our advisory so that our students can really take advantage of high school, especially looking at freshmen, but then also continuing that as sophomores, juniors, and seniors.
So is that the sole focus possibly going forward on advisory, or is there other things that you also are thinking about when you talk about reimagine advisory, since it's still really only about 5 years old?
So when we look at advisory, it has evolved over those 5 years. And we were given, a couple of years ago, we were given a curriculum that we were supposed to follow. But we know that that's not students need. So one of the things that all of our high schools are doing now are flex days during that advisory time, which allows for our students to get extra help in areas that they need. So if they need to retake a test, if they need to do some extra studying, there are a lot of opportunities that they can do that. I know Preble has Fridays that they can do more of like kind of fun activities. The rest of us are trying to get to that point as well. But we're trying to use advisory for multiple things to help with mental health, even with our counselors and our social workers doing SAG groups with our students, to getting extra help when the students need it on time when they need it. And then also getting them accustomed to, if it's 9th grade, working on what does it mean to be a high schooler when it's a senior? What does it look like to graduate? Sorry, SAG groups are, now I can't think of basically
Student
it's
assistance and intervention.
Thank you, student assistance and intervention group. So basically where we see the needs. The counselors and social workers see a need in a group of students. They pull them into a like group and they can work with them around that. Sometimes it's mental health, sometimes it's trauma. We've had a lot of our students who have gone through a lot of things, so our social workers will meet with them in a group and process through with them.
Go ahead, Kinsey. In the area using the lever of monitor and responding, ELA and math screener will be using STAR universally through 10th grade. We're also placing our competency-based program back in our high schools, which is something that Lisa touched on. The Academy is the program that we're talking about, and that is currently housed at NEW's School of Innovation. And we are working to provide that competency-based instruction back in our high schools, so our students don't need to leave their home school in order to meet the requirements of graduation through demonstrating competencies. That is a balance between fewer students in the academy at NEW, and then eventually phasing out the process of having our students leave their home school to go to another school to complete the competency-based requirements. We will just have that programming within each of our high schools so they never have to leave. In addition to that, really thinking about monitoring our students as they move through high school. So looking at our freshmen at the end of the semester, who's already looking like they need additional support. Let's figure out what that needs to look like. Are they a student that needs to be engaged more with their hands to deliver or show that they understand what they're being taught? Are they a student that would engage more with bridges or programming at some of our other high schools have that are not the traditional desks and rows teacher in the classroom model. Also with that, that creates an opportunity for us to look at that master schedule, making adjustments to create that common planning and collaboration time for our staff. You want to add anything?
Just that with the universal screener coming, we used to have STAR in the district years ago, and now we're bringing this back. And so for our ELA and math, that is going to be critical for our teachers so that we can really monitor. They're going to come in from middle school with some data points already. That way we can service them correctly, get them the intervention they need in math and ELA, and then we can continue that work through. They're going to be taking this through 10th grade. So as they're going into 11th grade, we'll have a starting data point even for them. So we're really excited at the high school level to have this universal screener back to help our students even sooner.
James?
Yeah, I just need to clarify my understanding of the competency-based programming. So I understood Academy. You go there and you're in a competency-based program. So now that it's back in the home school, is it the model where for some subjects you could be in normal programming and then some subjects you would be in competency-based credit recovery programming?
So for this next year, we're focusing primarily on our seniors who would have or wanted to attend the academy, but because of the lower numbers, they're
Right.
back in their home school. So this next year will be primarily competency-based programming. Maybe some students might do that differentiation, but where we want to get is where a student can choose a menu of their pathway
Okay.
through high school. So it will not look the same for every student. I would think if a student is gifted in math, they might be progressing through math in a different way than they might be in ELA or science or social studies, depending on where they're finding success
Yeah.
and how they find success.
And just to follow, maybe you can correct my understanding because I had always assumed that competency-based instructions weren't bound by semesters or whatever. It's when you earn the competency, you got the credit at that point. So would this new structure of being in school change any of that, or is it still run the same way?
The competency is based on when you meet the competency, you've completed that task or that portion of your requirements for graduation. And so they can be completed at any time.
Anytime. So
It's not
the
calendar
yeah, the construct of a semester is less meaningful to the competency. Okay.
Absolutely. It's time to learn.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Okay.
Thank you, Kinsey. And then finally, in growing capacity, we're creating an opportunity where our department chairs and instructional coaches will come together to learn a universal planning process grounded in an instructional framework. And then also, we've revised the department chair job description, and then not job description, responsibilities. And Lisa's going to talk a little bit about how that has impacted changes within the department chair.
So this year we started, before this year even started, we started working with our department chairs and what in the building, and there are instructional leaders. So we really wanted to place them in front of our staff. So in professional development, we asked them to step forward and participate, not only participate, but lead a lot of our professional development, which is led by our goals and our plan within our building. So they're taking a much more of a leadership role with our buildings. And I think all four of us, I'll speak for all of us that we appreciate that clarification within the job responsibilities, because that gives us a little bit more teeth behind, asking them to kind of step up and be part of that. We put them as department chairs because they know what they're doing. These are our leaders. And so we want them to showcase what they're doing. And right away at the beginning of the year in August, I had several of them step up, and it was much more meaningful when my staff heard from their colleagues than just me standing up front, kind of regurgitating things to them. So as they're showing off the expectations that we're doing, they were really engaged in with their colleagues versus just me or my APs doing the work.
Real quickly, in general, am excited about the main components of what we're talking about. I did have a lot of people bring forth a lot of information and a lot of their own concerns about the department chair aspect and some of the either proposed or initially started changes with department chairs. So that is definitely something that I'm not sure how much other people are maybe informed about. But I would like, at some point, maybe an opportunity to delve into some of the details of that, because I thought, as a former department chair as well, that some of those concerns were very valid and things that I think could maybe get in the way of some of the successes that you're starting to articulate that we're looking for. So just wanted to bring that to light and make sure that it's something that we could discuss in more detail at some point.
We did also talk to each individual chair about the changes and really had them recommit to that too. So there were a lot of personal conversations around that, just so that the board is aware that we really did that work.
So, board, as you take all this in and are wondering about, this sounds like a lot, how will we know if it's making a difference? The beauty of this is that everything that was just identified is captured through our strategic plan and our monthly monitoring. So when the question arises, well, what impact is this having on student success in academic core areas, the credits that they're earning? We have a mechanism to provide that update, and we'll disaggregate the report to you so we can look at a snapshot of our high school students relative to whatever the monitoring topic might be. You'll see under Thriving Student Body, we're also monitoring many of the things that these levers are seeking out to address. And then, of course, my hope as we continue through the superintendent reports of those Portrait of a Graduate more snapshot pieces, where the superintendent can share photos, artifacts, things that are captured from the field that are much more that holistic evidence that our students are personifying the aspects of the portrait. Next step for this, and many of them came up already, but the leaders in high school are excited to continue this communication to rally and motivate the ninth graders who are coming in to start a successful year. We will be seeking a third round of feedback from teachers on the schedule proposal soon after they come back. and report for duty. Family listening sessions are also scheduled for the summer weeks ahead, particularly around the impact on the later start and some other components of the schedule to make sure that we're broadening the understanding of the benefits of that. It's listed as one of our strategic actions, but that data analysis protocol, we're going to be rich with screener data. We need to know how to use it. And so we're going to install some common approaches to that. We have a great model in place through what we're doing in elementary school with the K-3 screeners. And so we'll be replicating a lot of that in the high schools, in the middle schools and high schools as well. And then, in terms of something literally on the calendar, continuing to build capacity and develop our department chairs on October 2nd and 3rd with a 2-day district-wide professional development. Those are some of the next steps directly related to these shifts.
James?
There may be a very good reason that I just don't understand, but my question is on the third bullet point, why this summer for family engagement and listening sessions in advance of really even socializing this beyond? So my fear is no one's listening and no one is, in tune with this until we kind of socialize it and let communications do some work and kind of get it to be a thing. And then in families who are now paying attention to us, why this summer?
I should have been more clear. The family listening sessions and engagement sessions are around some narrower topics, but most specifically around the high school experience and the opportunity to really work toward the portrait for their students. And so it's really it's a planned continuation of the portrait socialization that we're now bringing that into these family engagement conversations.
So you're right, because I understood it as, what the impact of a start time and everything was. So I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for everything. With that, I yield.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, thank you very much, Alex. Before I turn it over to Jeanette, I would like to make a motion to reorder operations to start with 4C and then proceed through the agenda as normal. We have individuals in the audience that were just for timing, like to start with 4C.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion or concerns? Yep.
I just was concerned that I think we have a little baby out there related to clean energy, and I would like to see that move forward as fast as possible. That father gets a medal.
This
item should be short. This item should be short.
So, but do we want to, can I amend my motion to go operations 4C, 4B, and then 4A? And just flip it on, is that puts it in front of the referendum update?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Great. Thank you. With that, I'll pass the chair to Jeanette.
We're on agenda item 4C, educational interpreter compensation structure.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to ask if the public has a baby I could borrow for future meetings, since I would get to scoot ahead in the agenda. Just kidding. My name is Mike Fries. I'm Executive Director of Human Resources. I'm joined at the table tonight by our Director of Special Education, Jackie Hauser. We appreciate the opportunity to connect with you briefly around a proposal that would add a level to the compensation schedule for our deaf and hard of hearing educational interpreters. We have spent a number of years analyzing the situation, trying to find ways to remain competitive and support retention and recognize the specialized skill set that our staff bring forward. Director Hauser, would you mind speaking a little bit about that?
Currently, we have 10 educational interpreters on our staff.
There are very limited places in the state of Wisconsin that you can receive this licensure. We are lucky to have one of them be NWTC, which is close to us. But the number that is being turned out is by no means the number that is needed by the districts in the state of Wisconsin. We have been working hard to retain this group and have been having conversations since before COVID actually happened around that. Our educational interpreters are one of our groups that still needs to go back and get continuing education credits and units. So it makes their position as well a level in that continuing ed is needing to happen. We have done many comparisons of price amongst districts nearby to us to be fair and competitive. And as well have really tried to keep the expertise as we've had and it retained many of our interpreters for several years now, and we want to continue to do so. That being said, we have had to contract out as we've had some retirements from our staff. And as everyone knows, those costs are a very high cost for us as a district. So we're hoping to be able to maintain the staff we have with looking at another level of pay level.
So again, in short, the memo does outline the expenses the district has taken on relative to contracted services. And in comparison, proposing a fourth level to support retention for staff 10 years and beyond here in the district. We believe that would be a meaningful step. Then we are seeking your approval for that change to that wage scale for that particular employee group. And we're happy to answer any questions as best we can.
Andrew. Did you have a question? Oh, okay. Laura.
Thank you for this memo. This is was sort of new information for me. Like I don't know that I've seen what our district is spending. It's not an insignificant amount. And in a time of deficits, it's something to think about. But my strong feeling about this is that this is money well spent and this is necessary, and whatever it takes to be able to provide these services for our students, I completely agree with. So again, thank you.
James?
So I'm going to ask you a very similar question that I asked before. Is 10 the right number? Is 10 something that the staffing that we just feel like we can support? Does it meet the demand that we have in the district? That's the first part of my question. And then I'll just go ahead and tell you the second part of my question. When we lose someone, what's the average length of time it takes to replace that person?
Director Hauser, have we been able to backfill anybody that we've lost in recent years? Next one over.
There we go. We have had a position out on weekend for 2 years when we lost one of our staff members to retirement. That position is still out there, as well as we had someone move from the area, move up north, and we have not filled that either. That is why we have the 2 contracted staff members we did this past year. So at this point in time, when we had first looked at the pay scale multiple years ago, we, besides a retention cost as well, had like mentoring and things like that that could allow for some additional pay increases as well. We have not been able to take anyone on to be able to mentor. So that tells you kind of when you talk about how long it takes, it hasn't in the last 2 years. When we looked at 10 years, we kind of had already looked at what our current scale was and looked to see where the next level was. I will share, like I said, we have a very dedicated staff. This will be, I believe, 8 or 9 of our staff members that will be in this new pay range.
Okay, but 10's not the right number, right? So we have positions open that are out on weekend. So is 12 the right number? Is that what I'm hearing is we're contracting for 2 positions?
We are. We actually have 13 had a float in the past, which is because of the high level of need. In this position, you can as well see that last year about $43,000 to $44,000 was just in freelance. So when someone's out because of a sick leave, a vacation day, things like that. So we're shooting for 2, but in the past we have always had that float to be able to cover our own needs and prevent the need for freelance. Because it's also, I will share, very hard to obtain freelance at this point in time.
Alex?
You may have just answered this question. So the years on there is simply based on years of service. People fall into that category based on that. So then the follow-up to that is there anything that prevents or any reason why we wouldn't want to put people in a higher level simply to attract a newer qualified person that may not have served that many years so that they will come work for us?
There's no reason why we wouldn't have that conversation. We've looked at this generally speaking as retention within our district service in our district. I think we need to cross that bridge. Should we get an applicant that we would have the opportunity to hire?
Lynn?
Do these educational interpreters use ASL, American Sign Language? And do we offer ASL as a foreign language in our district?
We do offer ASL in our district. We do have some kids that, some students then that do go into NWTC, but they must have that path. You do need that associate's or 2 or 4 year degree.
Is there any data that shows that if you have a robust ASL credit program for students, that you're more likely to build your interpreter pool, or am I just dreaming?
I can't speak to that. It would seem like you would have chances maybe to, invigorate people to want to go into that path, but I can't say that we've seen it necessarily come back to us as a benefit as a district that way.
James?
What's the staff to student ratio for an interpreter?
It depends on the situation, but usually you're looking at 2 students for an educational interpreter to work with. It becomes more at the secondary level when students become more independent with their sign and the language and vocabulary is being taught. But I would definitely say at our elementaries, it's probably usually 2 to 1.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Clean Energy Advisory Committee. I think Casey, you want to come to the table?
There's a handoff.
He's handing off the baby, yeah. I have a feeling there would have been a lot of offers there. Thank you.
I'll go check one thing. If you'd like to both introduce yourselves, I'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Casey Hicks. I sit on the Clean Energy Committee with the school district. I also work with Wisconsin Conservation Voters as our federal government affairs manager. And for folks who are curious, my intern who's with me is Norman back there. So. It's you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Nick Lawish with McKinstry. Thanks for having us. Norman's a key part of our committee. He's been to several meetings and never has interrupted, and like the students say much smarter things than I do. So I'm with McKinstry and glad to be here and appreciate the opportunity.
And thanks as always for letting us take some time to kind of recap our energy committee. The Clean Energy Committee, our monthly meeting last week, July 8th. And a good portion of that meeting, we reviewed some survey results that had went out to the public May 22nd, as you can see up here on the slide deck, and returned those results in June. With the help of Lori Blakesley and our communications department, we were able to put these together and review these as a committee. For a couple reasons, we felt strongly that a survey, it was a good time for a survey, being that the resolution obviously had passed. We had approved a plan to meet the resolution. And one of the pieces was communication and feedback from our community staff and students. So this is just one small piece of that. And then also some information to kind of help guide some priorities that we had set forth in the plan, but kind of how we want to prioritize and attack some of those pieces. So I won't spend too much time on this, but Casey and Nick, if there's anything else you want to share as we go through the results, just jump in. But first, as you can see here, we just the response I felt was favorable for this topic. I was a little uncertain of who would take the survey, so obviously a little unscientific in terms of who was responding, but we did have some good participation. Overall, that you'll see here is there is some overwhelming, I would say, support in favor of a lot of things we're doing as a district, as a board, as a committee, and it was a common theme through all of our questions. So as you can see up here, just general support for our energy efficiency improvements. Support for the transition to our clean energy kind of via our resolution, support for funding those projects and integrating that into the classroom. You can see all great support for that. The pace, obviously a little bit lower number on the pace, varying feedback for those that were in support of implementing this. Obviously the responsible execution of these, but also in a timely manner as well. And then this kind of branched off into the majority of our conversation at our last meeting, what should be communicated and what we should be focusing on. As you can see here, waste reduction was a big part of that. That was part of our plan, if you recall, in regards to our resolution. The plan had called for establishing a subcommittee and prioritizing waste reduction in the district along with our carbon footprint. So that sparked and kind of reinforced the thought that waste reduction was going to be a priority for this team. And then also for sharing out that data, I think I'm going to address that a little bit here coming up with McKinstry. That was kind of in our next part. But we're going to be having some good opportunity, I think, to address some of these other items you see up here as well. In particular, the sharing of data us as a team. And then kind of reiterating that areas that the advisory committee should focus on as we're continuing our work. Obviously, waste reduction again, students, community education. So not only in the classroom, but out in the community, pursuing grants to fund this work, and then our on-site energy production, so our solar, our geothermal type projects that we're pursuing as well. And then this was a question towards the end of the survey, in particular to what would the public like to see, or our survey, what would we like to see in the classroom for curriculum? And just some topics you can see here, a broad spectrum of it, but just trying to hone in on what those conversations should be about moving forward, as we discuss with the learning side, and what we discuss with our community. Anything else on that?
Yeah, if I could just add, you know, as we work across the state with a lot of districts, and a lot of the bigger districts are going with these initiatives, and obviously with the state funding handcuffs that you folks are working under, you know, a lot of the constituents may not understand that handcuffing. So it's good to see that they support clean energy. And I think, you know, the district does such a great job from an efficiency standpoint, and you look at how effectively you're implementing the referendum projects, both fiscally and technically. I think it's just a great testament to that. So I think you've got company with other districts that are looking at this. You know, it's a logical approach, and not to mention Laura's favorite subject, WPS rates, you know, are going to be going up. All of the utilities are going up like crazy with the data centers that are going to be going in. So, but yeah, the committee did a really good job, and it was good to have board support there, community support, and really good participation all the way through. So.
And I'll kind of force Casey's hand a little bit here too. So part of kind of some of the feedback that we received was that communication piece, notifying the public, sharing what we're doing, and sharing the real results of that. One of the things we're working, Casey has helped bring to our attention, we're doing a showcase at no cost to the district at our Star Elementary. I gotta get used to saying that. Star Elementary geothermal and solar project, and then as well as our King and Lombardi projects. So a firm that Casey had helped introduce to us is going to help do a showcase video on those projects to help get that out to the community, sharing some of those results, what that means to not only our schools, but to our community as well. If you can.
Yeah, so with my employer, Wisconsin Conservation Voters, we're lucky enough to have a full-time visual storytelling manager. So someone who goes across the state and films different clean energy projects, interviews people who've worked on those projects, and just shares the community benefits of those. At this point, we've done 3 different videos on school districts, the most recent one being Menasha Maplewood, which I think is a really stellar example of a net zero school and how it makes sense for the community to save money for the taxpayers, and then also to boost curriculum and introduce something new for an industry that's going to be growing over the next several decades, and especially within the next few years, hopefully. So, I recommend if anyone would like to watch that, you can go to our YouTube channel, Wisconsin Conservation Voters. They're really short, and you can kind of get an idea of what we're going to be trying to go for to tell the story. Yeah, I have another thought to share, but I'm going to wait a little bit later when we're talking about projects.
Yes, so I'll kind of open this up too if there's any questions, but a big takeaway for us is that there is support for what our resolution is, our plan to attack to meet our goals, and then also focusing on that waste reduction and that curriculum in the classroom. So that will be kind of a topic of discussion coming up here with the Clean Energy Committee, as well as working towards our additional resolution goals and plan. So with that, I'll kind of open that up to questions for anyone.
James?
when you were going through the results of the survey, I saw that on-site energy production scored probably third or fourth, down, and it didn't receive the support that I was expecting to see. Have you given any thought as to why that is? Was it design of the survey or the design of the question? Or do you think that we should hear that as we don't want to tell you to spend money?
I think high level, looking at, obviously it's difficult with the comments to filter through those, but I think there was some hesitation on responsible spending of that. And I think that's probably in what you're going to see here actually in a little bit of an explanation of how we're going to be able to, at least in the short term, approach a responsible way to execute these projects with a quick return on investment on these. So I think there is some hesitation there where we just don't want to be throwing up solar panels and not executing a plan here. But I think with the help and why we partnered with McKinstry is to look at this from a district level and make sure that the plan is well thought out. As you'll see here in a little bit too, it coincides with roofing projects for solar or replacement of equipment, and not just equipment to replace equipment with energy efficient. It's
Right.
about timing, it's about responsibility and best use of funds that we can. So I think that was part of that hesitation. And then I think there is a little bit of, I think, education that we need to do with our public to help them understand how efficient solar is becoming, how well geothermal is performing in our area. A lot of the perception, and maybe you two can speak to this too, but solar in Wisconsin doesn't seem as great as maybe out west or anything like that. But the technology is there for us. And you'll see, again, I keep referencing, but you'll see in these projects we're proposing that the return is there.
Yeah, one thought when you made your comment, I think when people hear on-site production, some people's mind goes to wind, and wind isn't the most popular with a lot of people. But I think if you look at WPS, you're buying WPS power at 14.4 cents a kWh, and you can produce it for 8.2 cents with this investment. So you look at that over time, it's pretty compelling for that. But I understand the root of your question, and I think we see wind as a big red herring in people's mind, which never was under consideration. So
Well, and that's why I said, was it question design? Because
Yeah.
if you didn't like disaggregate them and say solar versus wind, I could understand exactly what you just said. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So waste reduction, that was high on the list. What kind of waste are we talking about? Are we talking about, I mean, food waste is a huge contributor to methane gas, right? As well as, recycling paper, cardboard, and those kinds of things. What kind of reduction are you talking about?
I think that's one we need to explore more. I think the comments we received a lot was with food waste. The comments about recycling that there's some challenges with that with our local vendors of separation and how we perform recycling or don't, I should say. But yeah, food waste was high up on that. But I think not speaking for the committee, I think the committee's goal here is to put together or put forward some ideas that we can execute with some success. This is really going to have to be, we've talked a little bit, kind of a grassroots type thing. This has to be behaviors learned at the student level all the way up. So that's going to be the challenge of that participation. So there are some ideas. What we also talked about too is maybe the public doesn't realize is, yes, our food waste is high, but we are trying to address things I spoke with our food service director and sharing tables, trying to get less food waste in that way. And then in particular, just waste from our utensils and our trays, installing multiple dishwashers this summer to try to reduce that. But from a food waste standpoint, getting more and more feedback and adjusting menus and those sharing tables I talked about so that the students can share the food that they're not eating. We are taking steps to do that, but it is so visible that food waste. I think that's why it's top of mind for a lot of the people that took the survey.
I agree. I met with Lynette today and we had a long discussion about that, as well as the dishwashers and trying to avoid using paper products that they're using. Um, they have washing machines for the towels at food service and going to different types of trays and things like that to reduce plastic. So yeah, definitely there's a focus on that and that's great. Thank you.
The student members of your committee had some strong feelings about that because they're in it. They see it every day, up close and personal. And they had, oh God, it was a few minutes. It's been a while since I've been to a meeting. So but I feel like they were maybe even trying to address it in their own schools a little bit.
Yeah, they had done some things in the past to help that. Red Smith was brought up a couple times. Um, our student members couldn't be here; they were invited. They just weren't able to make it. And we are kind of delaying this discussion until the students do come back. We want to make sure they're going to be, as I said, very important. Is going to be very important in waste reduction. So the committee is really going to bring that back to the table here once school comes back in and we do have our student representation back.
Some kind of incentivizing of that behavior. I don't know what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe Casey, in your work, you come across schools that have good ideas around that. I mean, we're such a huge institution that it would be hard to do that across so many schools. But I don't know, I'm really interested in this particular aspect and I look forward to hearing any ideas that can be implemented.
Thank you. I hope we aren't working off an automatic assumption that, you know, students appointed to an important committee like this are just automatically unavailable during the summer. I imagine there would be people, well, because that's the way you could do it. You say, well, I guess we're just not gonna, I mean, I'm glad you're not doing it without student reps, but you know, I would expect that in the summer, it's natural that any committee might have fewer people available on a given day and more vacations, but that doesn't mean if anything, I think you might find that teacher members be harder to catch in the summer than the student members too. So I hope we're not just automatically assuming that we can't do it with student members because it's in the summer. If the student members you have are naturally unavailable to make the dates, then that's different.
And we did move to a fixed date every second Tuesday, and our student representation at our last meeting did request if we could start that conversation in a little more focus come August. So we do have, and that wasn't a broad stroke, our students not being there. We do have representation, but we just wanted to make sure we had that kind of opportunity to make sure everyone was back.
Sorry. Follow up then, if you know, there's also something to be said for if they want to be able to, you know, go back in school and interact, and that's hard to do. I still would lean towards, I think it's better to not pause for just that reason, but it is good that the student members have played an important role.
I was just gonna quickly respond to what you said, Laura. I'll be honest, I don't know of specific initiatives that other schools have taken, but I think the benefit of having student representation on the committee is, I mean, the students who sit on the committee are there at pretty much every meeting and they're very involved. And I think since waste reduction is such a behavioral change and it's about forming good habits, there needs to be buy-in. And so I'm looking forward to when more students are back and we can start having these conversations as a committee, like Kale said, in the next month to kind of jumpstart it once students are back, that we can engage the student body and take their feedback and what they want to do. Because I think they'll be more likely to follow through with the behavioral change if it's coming from the student body as opposed to just from some clean energy committee that students probably have, most students probably don't know about.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have anything else to say?
So actually, I should have led with this. I apologize. So we're actually kind of intertwining a few energy topics here. So we're going to go into a brief summary of some proposed projects and then a reintroduction of Fund 46 and what these projects mean to Fund 46 and what that will look like, what we would be bringing to vote here in our next meeting. So, yes, yeah. So, what you're going to see here is a proposal of kind of a next step in our plan, or I should say, our execution of our plan towards our resolution. There's a couple of reasons for this as an introduction. One, this is really, again, progress towards our resolution following our plan that the board approved in regards to our resolution earlier this year. It aligns also with some of our current facilities improvements and obviously that goal of that carbon footprint reduction. There's also a major financial impact here that you're going to see. We're going to explain that a little more in this brief presentation. And really looking at long-term from a financial impact relief to our Fund 10, but also taking advantage of some credits that the federal government still has on this. And then from again, a timing standpoint, this is really important with that IRA, our facilities improvements, in this case, roof replacements that we have. And then also our implementation of our active energy management, which was part of our plan to help guide our energy efficiency for our resolution. So we'll explain a little bit more of what that retro commissioning and active energy management is, but that's kind of bundled in here with these projects. So I don't know if you want to hit anything on the timeline here. Yeah. We can go to the next slide. So I wanted Nick just to comment. So we're going to talk a little bit about the IRA tax credit. So this is a direct payment. I shouldn't say tax credit. It's a direct payment to the district that is still currently in place. And there was recently some updates. So this is fairly new information for us. And why it was important that we got this in front of the board when we did. So I'll let Nick talk.
Yeah, over the fourth holiday, when that big bill got signed, it provided clarity for the federal funding. So it provides $1 million, just shy of $1 million opportunity to the district to capture as part of that solar. So it's a 30% coupon, if you will. People in Wisconsin like the word coupon. I'm going to use your word coupon and say it's a 30% coupon that you'll be able to use towards this. And the sunset really is that you have a year from the project signing to begin the project. If this moves forward, we actually complete the project in 2025. So there's a safe there. And then there's going to be a sunset. If you look at solar and wind, there's going to be a sunset in 26 and 27. So it'll still be available. They'll still have an opportunity to do it. So as I said earlier, there's a lot of larger districts like Racine and Madison, Middleton that are kind of rushing to utilize this funding source because it's quite attractive. So I'll leave it at that. Keel didn't want to talk politics, so he dumped it on me, but that's okay.
Laura, go ahead.
I'll talk politics. So let's just, when we talk about federal funding these days, how confident are you that this is money that's going to remain available? I mean, yes, by all means, let's take advantage of it. I just have almost next to no confidence anymore that federal funding of any sort is going to stay available to people. So
Oh.
maybe you know more than I do about, I'm sure you do actually know more about this than I do.
I'll let Nick cover this, but it's been my understanding through this whole process, much like Star Elementary, King and Lombardi, working with Baker Tilly, our partner in capturing these funds, is that this is tax law. And with that being the case, for this time frame, then it's a fairly certain piece because it is law.
Yeah, so and what I said, a year from the bill signing, it's 100% there, and then it'll phase out of that. And but Baker's been great to work with. We just provide all the technical information like on King and Lombardi, and then they provide, essentially the district has to file an IRS form. That's why they call it a tax credit. It's even though you don't pay taxes, but Baker handles that for you. So confident, Laura. So, but good question.
I'm gonna add one thing to that as well. The the only thing I think to just be aware of is there's a parameter that was passed with the budget reconciliation bill that has to do with foreign entities of concern. So that's still, I think, relatively unknown as far as what is going to be listed under that. But essentially, what it means is if there are components that are used in a solar installation, for example, that are coming from a foreign entity or foreign country. China is kind of the biggest one because they really produce a lot of these clean energy components. That as time goes on, those foreign entity of concern restrictions become more stringent. And I think that will be something that the district will need to look out for and just be aware of. But to my understanding, at this point, there's no list or anything like that of what all the components are. That's right, Nick.
Yeah, so we work with Baker on that. So Casey's right to point out there is that foreign country of concern or whatever. Through this year, though, it'll be fine. It's there. So, but then that will come into play as the phase out starts to go in.
So with that, I'll give you a quick overview of the kind of 5 components of the project. Overall, I just shared an overall kind of budget snapshot for you of what this looks like. What this would require is a $3.9 million initial investment. The thought, as Nick mentioned, just over $1 million in returns with focus on energy, IRA, and then other rebates. So that would be a direct return on the project. And then looking at the lifetime of the project, what we would save as a district in utilities, and that's with that increased cost, even with a replacement of inverters on our panels. We're looking at a net 25-year return of that $3.2 million to the district, or in savings to the district, we should say. So it's not obviously profit, but a savings to the district.
Yeah, one thing to think about, and you brought it up earlier relative to the people's concern about, does it make sense to produce? Well, these panels are now guaranteed for 25 years. So Norman will be out of law school and married by the time these things, are coming out of life. So I think that's been a big push and why these systems have been going forward, that you're able to provide that economic benefit.
So with those, there's 4 solar projects that align with roof projects that the board had approved. The first one being at Aldo Leopold. This one also incorporates some grant-funded solar panels. Ned Dorf has been working on this project for some time, so it'll be great to implement that. and McKinstry worked really well on making sure we incorporated that into this project. But as you can see here, a very large offset on that site, 84% offset on that site. And then the next one, Edison Middle School, this is a massive array. So a large contributor to our utility bills and our greenhouse gases. So a 93% offset at a school like Edison will be one of our largest.
I gotta believe too, between that and the new windows at Edison, those brand new windows that don't leak as bad, that's gotta save a ton of energy. Which were referendum paid for with a referendum.
22 referendum, yeah. And then East High School, again, and these roofs too, some of these roofs were referendum funded as well. This one is a replacement of existing array and expanding, so 31% offset there. And then the last proposed site is Washington with the roofs there at another 32% offset at that site. So those are the 4 solar. And then on the next slide, we'll jump into is the other piece of this is our retro commissioning. And this is, again, all in our plan that the board approved towards our resolution. Our plan earmarked a certain amount of kilowatts for target for solar. Obviously, this gets us ahead. And with the additional Star Elementary and those pieces, we should be able to get out ahead, knowing that some uncertainty with budget and funding moving forward. This at least gives us a little jump start on that. But with the retro commissioning and the active energy management, what those pieces do are making sure that we're running our buildings efficiently. So this is essentially using our components within our building, monitoring that, and finding ways to squeeze even more efficiency out of those. We have, as Nick mentioned, our district does a great job with this already. So we were realistic on what we thought we could recover from this, and the plan should be implemented that way, that just so we're not wasting dollars on something that's not there.
James?
I have a question before we go too far. What was the return on investment over 25 years? Was it 6 or is it 3.2? 3. Is that discounted over time or is that just straight, cost recovery of, it's just straight, it's not discounted dollars? Okay. You just do a net present
We could
value?
calculate it
Yeah,
net present value, but we just showed it.
okay.
I'd like to ask a question before we go a little bit too far too. So as I'm looking at the pictures of where you're going to be putting the solar panels, those are all flat roofs. Do those solar panels move with the sun or are they fixed? They're fixed.
You're thinking maybe ground mount where they track the sun. So yeah, on the roof, they're flat.
Okay, so then logically, I'm thinking we get 30 inches of snow on April 16th. They're not going to be effective until the snow melts.
Yeah, we calculate all of the availability, the snow, the advice is to just let it melt. You don't want to go up there and do anything. So that's all factored into the guaranteed savings that we provide. So.
And we have a pretty good precedent with King and Lombardi. Our production has been exceeding kind of expectations there as well. So obviously we had a favorable winter, but still even with that, being conservative on our estimates, which has been a request of ours throughout. And then the last piece to this, this necessarily isn't a part of the project, but a piece that's coming on board because of it is our dashboard, where we will be able to share some of the data of the savings, the environmental impact, and other information that not only the board, but the community can see. We are talking with our committee of how we want to share this out. Is it our website? Other areas where we could show this information. But now that we'll start to gather the remainder of this information, our dashboard is nearing a time where we can go public with it.
And one thing to add on that too, I think, you know, the facilities department does such a great job, and to communicate that out stewardship wise, as I said, with construction, with staffing, with energy, you know, and you look for community support going forward. I mean, you think about the big step you got through the referendum, you know, and what a great story that is to tell. I think just showing stewardship is key. As I said, we're working with other districts like Racine where they've been given some referendum dollars as well. So to communicate that back, that it's being used favorably and effectively, and it certainly is your facility team, and I'm not just saying that because Kale's sitting here. I think it's mostly Luann, but you know, your team is really, really great, you know, so.
So this is what we had to present on the projects. The last piece is talking a little bit about the funding mechanism for this. Is there any questions on the projects before I kind of jump into that last part of our conversation? Okay. So in order to fund this, obviously the $3.9 million investment up front is a large investment. What the board had established in 2020 was Fund 46. We've now come to a time, good timing again. Another reason why this project works is that Fund 46 has matured to a point where we can tap into that resource. And being with the IRA, the timing with our roofing, and the return kind of on that investment for Fund 10 long term, we felt this would be a project that we want to tap into that Fund 46 kind of as our initial project with that. Now, in order to do that, I need to bring a revised 10-year capital plan for the board to review. That will call out this project. Now, it's very important, and I want the public to hear this too, is that Fund 46, when that was established, it is not established for general cash flow for other operational expenses. This is a capital trust fund. So that's why you will see a 10-year capital plan in front of you. This is for capital expenditures only, and it's restricted by DPI to withdraw from that and invest into those projects. And that's why the 10-year plan needs to be established. And what I'm proposing is bringing that 10-year plan to the board every year to review whether or not we use it for Fund 46. And what you will see when I bring that plan forward is that doesn't show, really what I'm showing is a $3.9 million investment here. I am waiting on some final numbers, but a potential investment the following fiscal year for an energy project that could tap into IRA as well. But other than that, that just shows our standard $3.5 million capital investment. That doesn't mean Fund 46 is funding that. That just is showing our capital expenditures for the year. So really what we would be looking for is an approval of the Fund 46 10-year plan to invest $3.9 million into this energy project, which was noted in our resolution as well. And that is in accordance, all of this, which is in the memo that I'll have for the board, in compliance with the state statute of allowing that to mature for 5 years, establishing that plan, and having the board vote on an approved plan.
Laura?
So I'm all in favor of being as aggressive as possible. And knowing that money is always going to be a concern. And the sooner the better. I mean, the sooner we do it, the sooner we can get the benefit. And if there's funding available, let's do it. And not.
I think I had mentioned to the board too, I think we want to be careful of Fund 46 and the projects we're investing in. So this was not taken lightly when we brought to the board. That return on investment is huge. That's relief to our Fund 10. As you noted, construction costs continue to escalate. We don't know what that IRA brings back either moving forward. Again, some uncertainty after 2027. So a lot of reasons kind of brought us to this, the reason to bring this request forward.
What is the total value of Fund 46 right now? Do you know?
As of last year, 21.3 million.
One thought too is we as McKinstry provide a financial guarantee around the savings. So if there's a shortfall, and Kale mentioned the dashboard, so you're able to see that. So if this forming or we screwed up on the calculations, our company does write a shortfall check to you, and we've been in, those arrangements with the district before. If that happens, you'll see me working at Quick Trip, but the district will get fully funded with that. So I think that's another thing to think about, in terms of that. So.
James?
So the guarantee is against the dollar amount that you presented tonight? Yeah. Annual savings, not over 25 years, though.
Microphone.
It's as long as you maintain the measurement and verification.
Okay.
We fund the first 3 years. If you continue that, the guarantee continues. So it becomes the district's choice. What we don't want to do is provide service that if the district says, hey, it's working fine, we don't need to pay you to write a report. So it's really up to the district. So.
Okay.
Laura?
Sorry, I'm super enthusiastic and I always have a lot of questions about this, but this dashboard really appeals to me. I'd like to have it so that it like comes up on my phone in the morning. Could give it a name and give it a personality, and my recommend to name it would be Norman.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
So Jeanette, before we progress through the rest of the operational section, if we can get to a consensus without a motion, I suggest that we take a 5-minute recess. We've been at it like 2 hours and 30 minutes-ish. 5 minutes, everyone? Thank you. All right, we're gonna see if we can get started again. Okay, Jeanette, I'm gonna hand the chair back over to you so that we can proceed through the rest of the operational agenda.
Okay, we're back to operations A 22-24 referendum updates. Kale?
Thank you. I'll try to keep this one as brief as you want me to. So just an update on our 22 and 24 referendum projects. For the first time, we have all the 22 referendum planned projects in the construction phase with the approval of the ASB expansion last month. That project is kicking off. So as you see up here, all the projects you see are in the construction phase or phasing out. And on the next one of highlight that we've had of note here is at West High School and the project out there with our cell tower conflict. We have our completion of our structure itself and all put together, usable structure. You can see sight lines and things played out really favorably and not having to relocate that cell tower. So that project structure is up and completes with the help of, I do want to call out Rettler, our engineer on the project. A lot of work, a lot of coordination with a lot of people that weren't direct contractors of ours, and they did a wonderful job along with our general contractor, IEI. So this project you will see some equipment on site there. There is some restoration of landscaping and asphalt that is still taking place, but the structure itself is complete.
Andrew?
Thank you. So now so we ended up not moving the tower. What proportion of the seats were unusable until this work was complete?
As you're looking at the photo, there's kind of two sections. If you're looking in the top left corner, the two sections to the left of the press box were not installed at the time. So it was about 2/3 installed, so about a third of the grandstands.
Okay, it stopped right basically after the press box? Okay. When did they actually go in? Cause I checked from time to time, but I thought it was gonna be close to July 4th before it was done. Did they get some of them in sooner?
Yeah, seats wise, the structure got complete, I believe the week after the 4th. Our contractors were in there. There was some delays with our cell tower contractor that was not under our contract, but we were able to work with our contractor and IEI to essentially right on time.
Okay, so I didn't I didn't go into the stadium, but I thought I took a pretty decent drive by. If I was there on, it was July 2nd or 3rd, then it still would have been missing everything past the press box, or one section would have been there, but two would have not been there yet?
I couldn't tell you exactly. It was under construction. I don't know if the enclosure was up at that time. I forget the exact day the actual seats were put in because there's trim panels and things around the tower itself that were being done the week after the 4th. I know that. But the main structure itself, I believe the majority of it was in probably when you were on site.
Thank you.
That project was, along with the others, will be wrapping up. As of right now, we've been battling obviously a tight time frame on a lot of these projects. As of today, our contractors are confident of meeting contractual dates. We've had some supply chain issues, even within the states, but they have been working through that. So It will be a busy fall as we transition back into the school year. But as of right now, our contractors are confident in our end dates. So more updates to come on that. And then jumping into 24 referendum, our final phase 1 projects, we received bid results on the 17th this week. So we'll be opening that hopefully with the same success we have with the 3 prior. And then we continue our design for phase 2 at Beaumont, Lincoln, and then I did not include this last time, but we are beginning our design at NEW at the NWTC campus as well. So with that, is there any questions?
Thanks. That's a great update. Okay, we should be down to operations D, 25, 26 revisions to the district organizational chart.
Thank you, Ms. Cannell. Every year this time I present to the board if there are going to be any updates to the central office organizational chart. So Kinsey, if you could pull that up, please. I have just one recommendation for the 25-26 school year, and that is shifting the Executive Director of Technology and Information from under the COO over to the Deputy Superintendent. All other positions would remain the same. You'll see a few people in the positions have changed, so that's an update as well, but otherwise structurally, everything else remains the same. I also want to share with the board that I'm working with a third party to review our current central office structure to make sure that we are aligned with our district goals, as well as in alignment with other like-sized districts.
Laura?
Did I hear you correctly when you said that the Executive Director of Technology and Information would be under the Deputy Superintendent?
That is correct.
Does that mean that since that position is vacant, that will fall under your leadership?
That is correct, and Amy is super excited for that. A lot of the work that she does, even though it's technical in nature and operations in nature, has a large role in the way we do our academics. So it's a natural placement for her to be structured this way.
I might have more to say about that later, but I'll keep it there for now. Thank you.
Alex, go ahead.
Can you remind me, sorry if I forget, who's filled the deputy superintendent position before?
Vicky Beyer.
Hey, and yeah, sorry, I was like, what am I, I'm like, it wasn't clicking. Thank you. It's been a long meeting. And the other question is, in light of, and this might be a little bit early, but in light of some of the budget information that we now know, any initial thoughts on, how that might change, not necessarily this coming school year, but then what we have to do going forward, if anything?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question that we are going to pay attention to as the year progresses.
Laura?
All right, I guess I can't really keep this. I'd like to talk a little bit more about that vacant spot. So I guess my question is having that spot vacant, is that keeping your team from being able to achieve some of the things that we've just had a whole night of very ambitious planning and goals and all kinds of very forward-thinking process and progress. But I worry that, that vacancy, and the oversight of all the people that fall under it that will somehow be impeded by not, not being able to maybe achieve some of the things that, that have been highlighted tonight.
I think that's the right question when we talk about central office structures, and I will agree that I don't think I've been able to give Ingrid and Mike the attention that they deserve to be able to continue their good work. But I would say that at this point, it isn't something that we're screaming we need to fill right now. I would say this team has really picked up a lot of the work, and we spread it out, and they've been working very hard, as I've shared with you all along. So I don't know how to answer that other than how I just did.
I know it's a hard question. I just, that's a lot of positions that fall underneath that position. And, as superintendent, you already have like a job. You know what I mean? So I'll leave it there.
James?
I have two statements or a statement and a question. First, I recognize that, you may feel like the people that report to you deserve more attention. But at this level in an org chart, being able to execute your role without direct and constant supervision is an expectation, right? So I recognize that trade-off of where you spend your time, right? And there is some impact, negative impact for not having that role filled. But I don't know that there's a direct causal relationship between success at goals and having that vacancy in what we have planned for this year, right? Because ultimately you could be addressing more of the superintendent role if you had a deputy in a position, including more community engagement and more selling the district to our community out there. But then I also want to address some of what Alex, his statement about as we look at continued and increasing deficits over time, recognize that that is one of the reasons why you initiated kind of an assessment of, do we have the right organization? Do we have the right people and size as it relates to like districts and our mission? Do you have a timeline for how long that assessment is going to take so we can start engaging in that conversation?
Yeah, first, I just want to clarify, Ingrid, Mike are highly competent and don't require the attention, but I like to be a bigger part of the work that they're doing.
Sure.
So my hope is that by the end of this calendar year, I'll be able to share the results of the study.
I would also like to challenge each one of us that there's some pressure we can take off of Vicky by us being advocates and talking in the public about our school system, and whatever opportunities we can as board members take that burden off of Vicky.
Okay, so I will bring this back to the board at the regular board meeting for approval. Thank you.
And now we'll move on to item E, budget update.
Okay, Angie's gonna join me. Yeah, no, that's because you're excited for this discussion. Board requested that we come forward and do some preliminary discussion about the budget for the 25-26 school year. We will, by October, have a final budget to bring to the board for approval for the school year, but we do want to provide you with an update of where we're at right now. We knew coming into the 25-26 school year that we would be facing a deficit unless the state really came through with a miraculous budget for us. We didn't hold our breath, and that turned out to be smart on our end. So we've been working this past school year to reduce our budget. And just as a reminder for the public that might be paying attention, we've closed and consolidated 3 schools. We've reduced staffing, including 10% of our administrative staff. We've reduced department budgets. We've taken on a burden of some of the employee benefits plan, but also increased what our employees have to pay into it. And we passed a referendum, and the purpose, in large part for the referendum, was to prepare for consolidation and energy efficiency, which Gail was just talking about. So looking at long-term financial savings for the district. We've been at this for 3 years now, and it continues to be a challenge. So Angie's going to share with us state budget impact on the district, and we'll talk a little bit about what we just learned from the federal government and that impact on the district, and then talk about next steps. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Okay, so before talking about or diving into the district's 25-26 budget, I think it's really important to remind the community that we're talking about and the board that we're talking about the operational budget. So the operational budget is funded mostly or primarily by property taxes, equalized aid, and then some federal funds, and obviously the 2017 operational referendum that we passed back in 2017 in the amount of 16.5 million. So that's what we're going to kind of be talking about today. Very different than the referendums that have been passed for 22 and 2024. Those were specifically we use those for facility updates and for capital improvements. So, long term, some of those projects, the energy efficient projects, of course, are going to help us in the long run on the operational budget side. But those funds are strictly for capital updates. So not operational, which we're going to talk about today with the state budget. So, we're going to go through the highlights or some of the points that we now know, now that we have a state budget in place for the 25-27 biennium year. So the next 2 years, we do know that there was no equalized aid added to the pot of money. So nothing to address inflation. And if you recall, that's an inverse relationship. So equalized aid and property taxes. So as your equalized aid amount goes up, your property taxes go down. So we have nothing to offset the increase that we're going to see with that 325 per pupil that we've been talking about all along. So that was what Governor Evers had signed into place with the veto. So that 325 remained. That's what we have had in the budget model for the last couple of years. So that 325 was what we had projected for 25-26 and 26-27. But the important thing to note is that it's going to fall strictly on the property taxes because there is no aid to offset that levy increase with that 325 per pupil increase. The special education reimbursement, if you recall, the ask at the state level was the 60%. We were asking for 60% reimbursement. Instead, we got a lower amount. The increase for next year, for this upcoming year, 25-26 is at 42%, and then it jumps to 45% in 26-27. I think something to note is that because the pot of money is fixed and as special education costs across the state increase, everybody's taking a little bit bigger piece of the pie. So what happens is exactly what happened in 24-25. We were expecting to see 33%, which was promised. by the state, right? Or that's what was set out in the budget. And we actually ended up with 30%. So what that looks like for us is about 890,000 short of what we had budgeted for this year because we were expecting that 33%. So to be conservative, which you all know that's my job, I am going to budget for 39% because historically we've seen about a 3% decrease of, or a 3% lower amount of what's been stated at the state level. So in have 39%. The good news is it's some money. So it's approximately $3.1 million for our district, which will decrease that transfer that we talk about often from Fund 10 to Fund 27 to support the special education fund. So each year we set aside approximately $35 million from Fund 10 to to transfer over to support our special education fund because of inadequate funding. One thing that did happen was the increase to higher cost special education expenses. So what this is going to do is this will equate to about $200,000 for us. In 24-25, we received $263,000. So it is a substantial increase in the percentage. It's 50%, and then it jumps to 90%. So it does mean something for the district. So we're expecting to see about $200,000 increase in that category. So just wanted to give you a number so you kind of know what that looks like. It's about 450,000 is what the district will see for those high cost students. The public open enrollment transfer, so our voucher payments, our open enrollment, this was actually, I would say somewhat of a surprise, very similar to what happened in the prior year state budget. There was increases in the amounts that we're paying for vouchers in open enrollment for those open enrolled students out. So resident students that, that open enroll out to other districts or surrounding districts. So when we talk about, and when we look at the chart, so Kinsey, if you just scroll down a little bit, there you go. Thank you. So what we're looking at is we kind of charted it out. So the base, fiscal year 25. So the base is what we're currently paying now in 24-25. And then it shows you for the next 2 years what those payments are increasing to. So at the bottom, you can see what Green Bay is getting. So in 26, right, we get that 325 increase. So we'll be getting 11,650. What we also wanted to note here is we also get a categorical aid, if you recall, which is $742 per pupil, and that is outside of the revenue limit. So we get additional funding, right, but it's outside of the revenue limit. But I think it's fair to put it on here so it actually represents what we are getting per student, with the revenue limit and then with that categorical aid. And then you can see the comparison. So for example, open enrollment, we were paid $8,962 per open enrolled student out to another district. That jumped in 25-26 to $10,102. So if we keep the same number, and open enrollment has really stayed consistent both in and out. So we sit around that 2,200 mark, and we have not seen drastic changes. So if we remain the same, if we just assume that we're remaining the same, that's a jump in about $3.5 million expense on our books in 25-26. So that's why I say a surprise, right? Because it was a significant jump for all of these categories that we have to add to expenses on the 25-26 and the 26-27 budget. So I just thought it was really good to highlight that. Because it really wasn't talked about until we saw, the summary.
Angie, I'm sorry. Can you say the amount one more time?
It added about $3.5 million to 25-26 expenditures with all of these categories.
So I just want to clarify this for myself and also for the people watching. Where is that money going? That 3 point something million? Where is that money going?
So that is for our in-resident students who have opted out or open enrolled out to surrounding school districts, public school districts.
Not to voucher schools?
Yes, this is different. The vouchers or the choice school is that K through 8 and then 9 through 12. Those are the payments that we're paying for voucher students.
And that also.
Yes, it also went up.
Go ahead, Alex.
Can you explain how or why or what was done for that amount of open enroll student dollars to go up? I don't remember hearing anything about that. Like, where'd that come from?
I always say, Alex, is that I don't really like surprises unless it's Christmas. And this was definitely a surprise because it's a significant increase in expenditures for the district for the next 2 years.
Like, what is it based on? Like, is there like, did they change that number each year based on something? Like, what do I not know maybe?
I think what it had said was it was a $500 increase for each category plus categorical aid. I gotta check, Alex. I don't know what they based the increase on. But of course it was just allocated funds that, right, that's where they wanted the increase to go.
So I'll just wrap it up. So they basically just made a decision. We want more money to go to students that open and roll out. And it's just kind of as simple as that.
Yeah, that was the decision. Mhm.
So, but what's our net, right? So we have 2,200 out, we have 500-ish in. What's the end number?
Sorry, James, I thought you shut me off. Yeah, I've got it too. We're at like 461
400.
kids. Yeah.
Okay.
So that also stays pretty steady, right? I mean, it fluctuates a little bit, but within like 10 students.
Sure,
20
but the
students.
impact is the net number, right? Because we're going to get more money for those 461 kids,
Yep.
right?
Absolutely, right. So the increase, and that is the net number, the 3.5 million. So
Is net.
Yes, so we have $1 million coming in because we're getting more for the open enrolled students in. And then more going out. So yeah, the net number is about 3.5 million.
And so, and just to follow, unlike increases in the voucher program, because the voucher program is, we're going to sieve that right to property taxes, because we can, for the 13,371 next year, we're going to be able to levy $13,371 per voucher student.
Yes.
That is not the case with open enroll. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're going to be able to levy up to 11,650, but we have to pay an additional 2,000, well, next year, $1,034, right, per open enroll student out.
Right, because we get to count those open enrolled students on the revenue limit. So yeah, so we get to count them, but then yes, we got to pay out more than what we're actually receiving on the revenue limit.
So a negative impact to the district and a negative impact to local property tax.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This chart is hard to look at, frankly. And I just think it might be a good time to remind people that that money is going, our taxpayer money is going to schools that we have no control over. Some don't have elected school boards. That's the burden that our local property taxpayers are going to bear. And that's just fundamentally wrong, in my opinion.
Any other, go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you. We can, if this math gets too deep into the weeds, we can talk offline too, but I guess I'm trying to figure out, I understand to a point, underestimating because the state percentage sometimes doesn't live up to expectations, or there's surprises with it, or it's unevenly distributed with regards to Green Bay. But there was and the budget did, I mean, the budget doesn't say we say it's 42% and 45% because of where the raw dollars that go in, right? I mean, the budget increased it by 500?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but yeah, so the 42% is based on the amount of money that they put into that fixed, right? It's a fixed sum of money.
And so the number, and that statewide number right now is what? Is it 30? Is it 32 statewide?
Like what's in the pot of money? I don't know that off the top of my head.
I guess I'm concerned that I don't, you know, I am not interested in, and I hope this isn't what's presented to us, but just some advanced knowledge here. I'm not voting for an austerity budget. I'm not voting for a crisis budget outside of a crisis. So I guess I'd like to know more about why we are, you know, that 30, because the difference between 39 and 42 would have been what? How much? Like if we did it at 40, if we did assume we got the 42, I'm not saying we should assume we get the 42. I just want to know how big of a difference.
1.5 million.
Okay, so 39, so 3% is $1.5 million. So 1% is about a $500,000. So, okay, it's not huge, but if we're looking at cuts, I just want to make sure that we, you know, and I understand it's a set sum of money, but inflation will happen before then, so you don't get all of it. But it seems like you know, to say that we're gonna get, and what are we at what is Green Bay at right now? Are we at 32? 30?
Oops. Yes, we got 30%. 33.
Sorry, my mic was off.
Like-
We promised 33, we received 30.
Yeah, we were promised 33 as in Green Bay's calculation was supposed to be 33, but we got 30 or 33 because that's the state promise was 33.
State promise was 33%, but we ended up with 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have to remember that public schools are funded at some certain, which is the pot of money, and we all pull from that one pot of money, and oh no, you spent $20 more, too bad, you got to eat it. But let's remember what the voucher schools are getting reimbursed, 90% still, Angie, on their special education. And they're at something called some sufficient. And I'm saying this not for the board, because I think a lot of you know this, but I'm saying this for the public. They are being reimbursed at some sufficient. So that means if they spend $20 more, they get $20 more. They don't get their percentage reduced from 33% to 30%. Please talk to your representatives, talk to your senator. I'm doing it, and I know a lot of you at this table are doing it. And we need to make a difference here, and we need to light a fire under our representatives so they are funding our public schools properly in Madison. They need to be sending the money. Property taxes are going to go up. I don't like that. I pay property taxes. That means housing costs are going up. And all of you that are worried about high housing and unaffordable housing, guess what? Property taxes have something to do with unaffordable housing. And so if we don't fund our schools properly, we're going to have high property taxes. And you don't blame the school districts, whether it's Green Bay or Ashwaubenon or De Pere. It's the guys in Madison who voted for this budget.
Thank you. We'd like to keep bringing you great news of joy and talk about the federal, the recent decision at the federal level. Angie, you want to go ahead with that?
Sure. So, and Vicky, fill in as you go, because I know that you kind of filled in this, this afternoon, but, so on Monday 30th, we were notified by the United States Department of Education of the freezing of the following funds. So these are listed: Title 1C, Title 2A, Title 3, Title 4A, and Title 4, which is our 21st century or CCLC grants, which is our after-school programming that is in Fund 10. So, and that, yep, so the funds support our after-school programs. We have, and most of these, a majority of these grants fund salaries, right? Salaries and benefits for literacy coaches, professional learning and math support, bilingual and multilingual staff, and social workers and counselors for the 25-26 school year. So it sounds like these federal funds have already been authorized by an act of Congress signed into law by President Trump in March 25. However, they're frozen as of right now. So so we are still, and as from the budget, I guess from the budget side of things, when we look at all of these grants, generally when you budget, right, you've got the revenues coming in and you've got the expenditures going out. So they net when you talk about grants. And that is exactly what we're continuing to show in the budget until we know otherwise. So I feel it's, you know, it's early, right? I mean, we're mid. So we're going to continue to just show that we've got an offset, and then we will proceed if we find out that we, you know, that we aren't going to get the funds. But collectively, the freezing of these funds will have a $3.4 million impact on the district. So that's how much we have, right, in these grants that are funding the positions that we listed and the programs that are listed up above. Because we have already finalized staffing and programming for the 25-26 school year, we will proceed as planned. So we don't have any, you know, plans to do anything drastic moving into 25-26. All will stay the same. We've got to shift some funds for supplanting reasons and things like that. But, you know, collectively, we will continue to fund these positions and these expenditures in 25-26. Today, July 14th, Wisconsin joined a multi-state lawsuit challenging the decision by the United States Department of Education to withhold approximately $72 million of funding for the federal education programs listed above. Do you have anything to add more to that, Vicki?
I'm just going to emphasize a couple of things. So this was frozen. The funds had already been approved by Congress. They have already been approved by Congress, and President Trump signed off on it back in March. So we set our programming and our staffing based upon expected funds. This would impact us by $3.4 million. We are going to go into the 25-26 school year assuming that those funds will be released. And we are grateful to the states that have joined in the lawsuit challenge to get those funds in the district so we can support our most vulnerable students, because that's what these funds are for. The kids that need additional support, not due to special education needs, but rather socioeconomic factors. After school programming for parents that have jobs, and they rely on those after school services so that they can work in our community. These are programs we will continue this school year.
Alex?
Couple quick questions. So we're looking at losing a few million more than expected due to open enrollment changes, potential federal freeze of 3.5 million. And what is roughly the increase in lost money from the changes related to vouchers and all the other things on the previous chart? So I'm trying to get an idea of going into this next school year, how much more we could expect to, how much less we could expect to have than we were initially projecting, if that makes any sense.
I think, okay, so let me know if I understood that question. So when we were talking about a few months ago, call it February, March, we were looking at about $10 to $12 million deficit. So we have reduced all of the things above, staffing. Those reductions are all within the budget. But then now with the 3.4 million, right? And then you add the 3.5 million that was unexpected. I mean, we're still looking right at going into 25, 26 with a deficit. And then, right, if you're talking raises and things like that, then that would put us even right further into the hole. But right now, we're working through 24, 25. So we are closing up 24, 25. So we'll get a better picture as to where we actually fell for salaries. Salaries and benefits, and then we'll use those actuals to project out more accurately for 25, 26, so we can get an idea of where we're going to be with all of the reductions. So we're still working through that.
Is it expected that once we close up this year with all the to reduce, our costs and everything, that number is, we've kind of closed the majority of that gap, and then whatever deficit we might have is going to be based on kind of these decisions, roughly speaking? Okay.
That's the hope.
James?
Okay, so I just, maybe I'm need a little bit more help and support, right? So it's my understanding that when we came in, we worked the budget deficit down from 10 millions down to something where we felt like we could be balanced, but that was if we suspended steps, and it was if we did not provide a cost of living increase to our staff, right? I'm supposed to take the $3.5 million that hit the books in expense based on the increased open enrollment outlay, right? So now we're at negative $3-ish million. I'll just talk in ballpark figures. And we still have not made a decision. That's if we make a decision to suspend steps and to suspend a cost of living increase. Correct?
Yes, and the 10 to 12 million deficit included the cost of living increase. So when we write,
Right.
so
Okay.
yes, that's correct.
But I'm trying to figure out, and we're acting as if at the end of the year, the title dollars will be there. So if they're not there, tell me what that means.
We would have to use fund balance to cover those.
Okay, so fund balance is the remediation there is,
Yes.
we would have to dip. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, there's no.
So we would have to use fund balance, and we'll be revisiting this conversation about what to do with those programs. Because if they don't show up this plan year, that probably means they reassessed those programs and they discontinued those title funds at some point. So now we have the same conversation next year about whether to fund, teacher salaries and increases according to what we have, to quote Andrew, a long-standing relationship with our represented staff to make sure that we do right by them, or programming at that point. Okay, thank you.
And then furthermore, and so that 325, per student that we can essentially levy up for, that's something we can do one time going forward, but it really is kind of only a partial one-time initial, I guess, solution, if you will, right?
Yeah, it accumulates. So we'll get the 325. So right now we're at 11,325. So then it'll move up to 11,650, then 11,975. So we'll get that over the next 2 years, and then that stays.
And so the point I'm trying to clarify and make sure that everyone else understands is the implications that has for when the community is wondering what's happening with their tax bill and how that changes. And they might think we're doing something wrong and now we're continually increasing their bill and we're mismanaging money. It's like, no, there is a state budget decision that has been made for the next 2 years, and a federal one potentially, that is directly superseding any supposed savings that you would get otherwise, that is going to significantly impact the property taxes for anyone who owns property in our school district.
Mr. Minow, that is an excellent point, and it's really important for the community to understand that we're sitting at a budget surplus at the state of about $5 billion. and we received no additional funding from that pocket, from that bucket. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Laura.
Kinsey, can you put the chart up again? I'd like people to have another look at that. Yeah, I went and I'm gonna take a picture of that too. This to me represents an enormous amount of unfairness in our how we fund public education, our fund education in this state. And I would like more people to see this. This, what Alex was saying about the profound effect that these decisions in Madison have on our school district. We're at the mercy of politicians. And again, they have proven that they, well, I have to ask myself, and I'm speaking only for myself now, do they care? Do they care about the economic driver that this school district is in Northeast Wisconsin? And the only way you can sustain that is by continuous investment, and not, some certain, but some sufficient. And it's really hard to look at this chart and not get really angry and frustrated. I find it outrageous. And I also, before I forget, Vicki, I really appreciate how much you've been out there in public lately talking about this. I know behind the scenes as well, but and we got our media update today, and you're giving interviews and reminding people of this and how this is going to impact our district. People need to hear it again and again and again, because those tax bills are coming, and they're going to be shocked, and we're going to they're going to see what part of that, for the first time this year, what part of that goes to choice schools, to vouchers. And if they're outraged, they'll probably, have a right to be outraged. So, but it's time to start preparing for that day.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I completely agree. Just, it's just a shorter statement, I think, about something that is probably a misconception, is that, I think most people know by now, but I think some people still think maybe that a voucher is, or whatever I would have paid in taxes myself, I get a check to send to someone else. It was always way more than that for an average homeowner. Granted, if you have above a certain size of house, you get less. But then I think there's also an assumption that, okay, well, certain number of dollars per student. Okay, well, it's just not going to the public, it's going to the private, and it's a wash, which still would be wrong anyways for other reasons, but just keeping it real simple, it's not a wash. They get more. The voucher is more than the average student here. So I would think that for voucher supporters, they should look at that carefully, because one of the arguments, and I think there was more parity, or maybe even at one point the voucher was less. It's more now. So there's your fairness. That's kind of out the window now, I think.
Laura?
Just one more point, and maybe Vicki, you're the best person to speak to this. Can I know you talk regularly to other superintendents across the state. Can you give me, or give us, some feeling for how this is playing across the state?
Very similar conversations are happening. Obviously, the larger districts, Madison, Milwaukee, the impact of both of these is substantial. They're all having conversations about where else can we possibly cut before we start hurting our children. That's across the state for public schools. You will see more schools closing in the next year.
Like schools or school districts? Maybe both, I don't know. Some of these small rural districts are barely getting by. So.
So next steps, I'll be back. in October. So yeah, so like every year, we'll be presenting a budget, October 13th, I believe it is Monday. And then actually October 15th is when we get the final numbers for the third Friday count, the equalized aid, our voucher numbers. But but the 13th we'll have a pretty good idea, and then I'll bring the updates back to the board, and then the board will we'll vote on the levy, and we'll approve the budget in October. So
Go ahead, Al.
Simple, quick question. So I'm assuming that, considering all of this, you're going to come with the most robust menu of solutions and places to possibly pull money from.
yeah, unfortunately, there's not a tree in the backyard, right? ESSER funds, right, to also remind the public, we no longer have ESSER funds, and ESSER funds were really, right, they were closing that gap for the last couple of years. So we've seen, a big hit along with all the other districts. So, yeah, I mean, we continue to strategize, reduce, and to Vicky's point, as we're trying to do the best we can to not affect the classroom, right? So that's why you see the department budgets, right? We have asked them to pull back 10%. And yeah, we're always strategizing and creating efficiencies and looking at staffing and right sizing. So yeah, the work will continue because we're in the same situation for the following year.
Samantha?
So just to put it very bluntly, we're at the point, assuming things are what they are kind of right now, and cuts have been made and made and made and made and made. We're at the point of making decisions that directly either impact our students or directly impact the professionals that support our students. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Angie. She's doing the best she can. Okay, operations F, preliminary planning for superintendent search process.
So I will take that one and guide us through a conversation. So board members, I sent an email out to everyone last week that had the superintendent search 2025 to 26 spreadsheet referenced. We're just going to go through this and just have a quick conversation about the timeline. I'm going to go step by step down the line, and if you want me to stop, and if you have questions about that particular task, who's involved, what it means, I'll entertain a conversation, and we'll have questions, handled at that time. All right. So the timeline starts. We've already passed June 1st and June 7th. What's happened to date is we've had some board leadership and district leadership meetings where we have tried to, and Lynn had conversations with Trustee McCoy and Becker, trying to gain insights from previous superintendent searches, what went well, what went poorly, what we would like to try differently this time, and try to get all of that information kind of built into our plan, right? And from leadership conversations and those conversations, order of business is to determine who, if anyone, is going to help the district from an external perspective navigate the search, right? So as part of the timeline, the proposal right now is, having looked at different vendors, we thought that WASDA had a service. They do not. So the only already contracted vendor that we have is WASB. And they provide a service to help districts with this search. they would assign a consultant to help us. Now, they have a menu of, and they have a plan that we have to agree to, right? They will not piecemeal and say, well, we'll do this and we'll do that, whatever. And I can understand why. I mean, they've communicated if it goes sideways, they don't want to be held accountable for someone else's plan, right? They come with best practices and the years of experience, and so they have a plan. Now, having said that, that plan is much more collaborative than some of the vendors that we've interviewed and we've had seen through the RFP process before. So ultimately, the near-term action is selecting a vendor. So we have three choices. We can, as a board, the next meeting, vote to approve going basically single sourcing this through WASB and just going directly and adopting their services. Or we can make a decision that we have to go through an RFP process and we want to cast a broader net and see other vendors out there. That's what we did last time, right? And it takes 6 weeks-ish, right, to both, issue the RFP, get the responses, and kind of determine who we want to interview, make a decision. So as you see the navigation of all of the board meeting dates, that's not a short process to pick a vendor. Or not recommended by board leadership or district leadership, go it alone, right? And the problem there is, we have a staffing concern from just a capacity to do this work. If you, at least this communicates, it's not small, right? The number of resumes, our ability to look at, triage, ascertain, and evaluate resumes for this particular position would put a burden on an HR team that we have tuned from a talent acquisition perspective to hire teachers, right? And to hire supplemental staff and not perform executive search functions for us. So I think it would be a struggle all the way around to go it alone out there. But again, that's not a board leadership decision. That's a board decision out there. And so I'm going to stop. So I feel like we're at line 4, trying to determine through the September and October timeframe if we are accelerating and saying, yeah, we'll go with a known vendor, a known set of services, or if the board would prefer an alternate course. So I'll open the floor for discussion and questions. Andrew. This is me now. No, it's not actually you're right. It's you still.
Thank you. I think there should at least be at some point, at least a brief mention of if we do WASB, why we wouldn't be cashing in mandatory research from a previous firm. And if that's because of, if that's because of hidden costs, and if there's so much hidden cost that it's like you're free. And so this was a contractual guarantee of a free redo if your superintendent didn't stay 3 years. So I don't like to not take, free money that's on the table. And we could certainly direct them to whatever parts, you'll do these parts, and, we will take it from here, whether you like it or not. But again, if the hidden costs, the uncovered things in their plan would lead us to the same bill as WASB or close, then that's a different situation, obviously.
Others? Alex?
Do we have any information or, I'd like to ascertain to what extent we can even possibly recoup some of that. For example, this might be extremely hypothetical, but contractually, they may be obligated to do some sort of work for us based on the term of that. Or just throwing one out there, is there a possibility of us saying, hey, maybe we don't want your services, but in lieu of that, we want a partial refund, and then you don't have to waste your time. Otherwise, like, I'm trying to think of anything where we can.
I'm sorry, I like what you're saying, but I think that gets towards the legal counsel topic.
Yeah.
That could be potentially a closed session, but I like the concept.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of asking, like, obviously we have a contract, we have those things, we have, options, and I want to make sure that we are looking into all of any potential options to help us with this.
So Alex, I'm familiar with the contract, and I think the only remedy that was presented was a a redo search. There was no offer of some sort of refund or remuneration. So that would be outside of contract, as I understood the contract, that our only recourse would be to re-engage them for the services. So Andrew, I appreciate you bringing that up. So from an action item out of this meeting, I'm absolutely willing to working with whoever I need to within the district. If you guys will allow me to re-engage that vendor to ask the questions, what does that look like? What are the scope? Because they didn't say we will perform an entire search. They said, and I think if I remember, there was a subset of activities that they would perform on our behalf if the superintendent did not stay for the contracted period. So Laura?
Gonna search back in my memory here. After our last superintendent resigned, that person did reach out to me and reminded me of that clause. But my understanding is that it wouldn't cover any of the expenses. They would cover the search and stuff, but there's other expenses that go along and they're not included in the contract. So things like travel and meals and all kinds of stuff. And I'll just put my 2 cents in here. I have no desire to re-engage. I take that back. I think if you re-engage James and at least get a full understanding and report back to the board, I think that's good.
Yeah.
But just my personal opinion is I don't have any desire to do business with that company again.
Yeah, I understand that. And I appreciate Andrew's position. Right now, I don't have anything to compare WASB to, right? And that kind of makes me uneasy, just from, a due diligence perspective. So at least having here's what this looks like, and here's what WASB services, because I do agree that I think we can come up and, kind of do a job of filling in the blanks, because I know that re-engaging that firm is not going to be free, right? Nor is WASB, right? So at least I would be able to compare the extraordinary expenses outside of the terms of the contract against what WASB would charge us. And I think it would be a good input to a conversation about, directionally where we should go. But absolutely not engage and make any decisions on behalf of the board. Just someone has to make the call, right? And someone has to do the work, and I wouldn't want to delegate that to the district on behalf of the board. So I'm willing to do that work so that we can get a set of facts in front of us to review. Yeah, Alex.
And I would just point out in general, personally, I'm not set on any one thing here. But it's my opinion that it kind of goes without saying that this is the most important thing that we will do in this position. So I only say that to say that at the end of the day, I personally am willing to spend as much time invested in this, whatever path we take, vendor or not, piecemeal or not, et cetera, as I am anything else that I will ever do.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's multiple components, right? It's time, but then there's also competencies, and then there's some HR and legal issues that we would have to cover, given which path we go. So yeah, I appreciate the fact that I think everyone's willing to put the time into this, and I think everyone understands that this is this is our job, right? This is, if you all boil it down, we have to hire an employee and we get to do that once, right? So other questions on this. So my takeaway is I'll re-engage. I'll try to get a set of facts. I'll use any resources at the district through Superintendent Byer that I think will get us to a set of facts that we can use to make a decision. I agree with Laura. I don't think a monetary comparison is the end all be all, right? Because I do think there are attributes of the previous search firm that in retrospect, they didn't have as much recruiting in state, right? And there are other things about them that, fall in that we probably wouldn't want to do that again category out there, but it's absolutely worth the look. Yeah, Laura.
And I'll just add this. I've had a lot of contact with people from WASB now for the last 8+ years, including their director, and various staff members, and, go to the convention, all that stuff. And every time I engage with whoever it is, I can see that they are watching our district. They're paying attention to our work. They, for lack of a better term, they're kind of like cheerleaders. They care. I can tell that they care about our district. And to me, yeah, would they be doing this for a fee? Sure. But it's, they actually know our district. They know our superintendent. They know our leadership. And there's a familiarity there that I think would be a benefit to us.
Sure. Alex.
Laura, you might be, and others, and no offense, but some certain you might be really in tune with this just based on time. But in our previous searches that we've done for the last few, have we used WASB for any of those?
It was considered, and the last couple times they were considered, but not chosen.
And there are a couple different reasons why they weren't considered. But again, as we've gone through and now we have having to do this back to back, right? I think we benefit from short-term memory and of the situation. So, okay, so I'm going to move on through the timeline. So after we do that, obviously there's negotiation contract and hiring vendor. The timeline there, I think has the most flexibility in it depending on which way we go. I think this is tuned for after having gone through an RFP, it would be September and then we would move on. So depending on directionally where we go, the start of this could probably be advanced depending on which way we go. You good with that?
I would just suggest to the board that the applicants, potential applicants, are most likely already committed to a school district. So if I would encourage the board to consider a later posting date to allow them the opportunity to consider.
No, I wasn't talking about moving the entire timeline up. I'm just saying that this September through October, probably flexible to do the negotiation, the contract, and hire the vendor based on which way we go. I absolutely agree with you. The next item should start and end closer to when we actually want to make our posting, and that's creating a district profile, strengths and weakness. So last time we went directly to creating a candidate profile, right? Inside the candidate profile and the actual posting, there were some descriptors of what our district was like, but it was not an in-depth description of what our district was like. So this plan and working with district leadership, and you see everyone that's aligned with this activity would be part of building out a factual representation of what this person is taking on, right? Demographics, size, all of the facts that someone needs to understand. So you can imagine ripping a lot of stuff out of our budget book and others, but then going about to kind of flesh that out potentially with community input and others. And if you go with someone like WASB, they're going to require as part of their plan community input because that's part of their process. to make sure that we end up with an accurate representation of our district, and then move into, okay, what kind of candidate is best to match that challenge, right? And build that. We have a candidate profile that we'll socialize that was from the last time, so that you can understand what that looks and feels like out there, and kind of be an accelerator to those conversations. Alex, did you have a question? Yeah.
So so it sounds like there's a WASB plan that's already out there that we could all get pretty much anytime.
So if we make the decision, so no, I have not spoken to WASB and gotten in it, and they've related to, I think, Melissa, did you make the call? No, Kinsey, you made the call. And do we have their actual project plan in-house, or do we need to select them and then they would give us a project plan? Okay. So, more important, I haven't engaged them at all to say, here's what we need, and and match that against their plan to see if there's any flexibility or whatever in that plan. I know that they have some hard no's or deal breakers, but I don't know anything else. Okay, district profile. So to Vicky's point, it's in that December time frame where we'll get the district profile presented to the board, agree to it, and then move in that mid-December timeframe, actually publishing the posting and starting the marketing campaign around that, and leaving it open until this time we were leaving it open until January 30th. So that's that, and that is a window that matches best practices. That's when everyone's looking. That's when the candidate pool is the largest. And we will also be in competition with the most school districts for this same pool of candidate. So after that, we'll so things that you see marked, kind of identified as vendor support. I think we are in agreement this time going into this process that a vendor can make the initial contact, have the initial conversations, provide a summary, but whatever vendor we go with, I think what we've heard from interviews and my recollection is I don't necessarily want a vendor disqualifying candidates. We want to see them all and make it a board decision to disqualify candidates. They can provide the summary and details, and they can help us evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the application materials and provide that consultation. But ultimately, with the last vendor, we permitted them to cut candidate pools from like 25 or whatever down to 12. And we received a why they did it, but we did not have any influence on, they used their professional experience to cut the candidate pool. And I think that was a dissatisfier for multiple board members, and something that we wouldn't want to reproduce. Questions, concerns? Okay, so Alex, this is the work, right? This is a lot of time and reviewing, and we have idea how many individuals will apply. I think there were about 24 last time that applied, so it could be much more than that, because that was right at the end of COVID, and I don't think anyone wanted the job at that point in time. And so, I would not say 24's the number out there, that we could be more than that. All right. After that, we'll receive some training on interview protocols, legal aspects, how we then go in and develop interview questions. This is, unlike, appointing a board member, there are a set of questions we have to ask. There's a process that we have to follow. We want to make sure that we do this in a way that HR appreciates, that legal appreciates, and that does right by all the candidate applicants. in the process. Questions? So in that February 24th to 28th timeframe, we'll schedule interviews. We'll perform first round of interviews in March, early March. We'll have a board meeting to determine who makes the second round. So the second round of candidates usually are invited to the district, do a day in the district. It's a kind of soup to nuts. You know, here's every department, here are of our stakeholders, and it's overwhelming. I think out there. You know, last time we had some hard directives that we followed or plan that we followed. You know, to limit the number of individuals that made second round. I think that we can revisit that as we get closer, and to fit that number both to the district budget, whatever, but also make it flexible according to the candidates that we have. And what I'm referring to is two the right number when we have three really good qualified candidates and wanting to see all of them, kind of thing. So we'll revisit that conversation as we get closer. And after that, it becomes the work of determining the final candidate and then authorizing the issuance of a contract negotiations in late March and April. We want to get this done and schedule a special board meeting in the superintendent before the board that does all this work changes, right? So that's the key deadline that you see in the timeline is before the end of April, we want to make the decision out there. And unfortunately, as we get towards the end of this process, it creates compression, right? And it creates stress or whatever. So we really want to make sure that our candidate pool will render a good candidate out of there, because it gets going really fast and we have some really heavy decisions to make as we approach that end of April timeframe, right? After that, pre-employment process and contract begins. Questions? Suggestions? Anything that you see that you feel like we've missed a step? Yes.
So I know there's certain qualifications that a superintendent has to have and certain certifications, et cetera. Do we need to do this whole process if somebody within our district is qualified and steps forward?
Yes.
We always, just like if you were in a corporation, you
Yes.
have to do this whole process.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to be a competitive process for the top job.
To be fair, it's not illegal for the board to select and hire someone, but I certainly think any candidate needs to go through a competitive process. Yeah.
Sam.
I would assume in part of this, there's going to be some discussion of like minimum criteria that must be met by the applicants. And if that's the case, would we be okay with ultimately, if a vendor is able to screen into a separate pool, people that maybe don't meet those minimum criteria, just so that we aren't spending time on that?
Correct. So when I say they can't disqualify, we need to see them, and we're the ultimate arbitrator of yay. But I think the creation of that summary, the interview notes, and I would even go as far as recommendation, right? You know, whether or not, but you're right, during this, you know, October to December timeframe, we'll create a district profile. The candidate profile is that set of minimum qualifications, right? And what we're looking for. So both the optimal qualifications and the minimum qualifications. Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Jen. So yeah, okay, thank you. That ends the operations section of the agenda. I know what my takeaways are, and we'll follow up and be communicative with the board as that process goes. Then we'll pass the chair to Andrew for policy and governance.
Okay, thank you. We have one item, and it is a fairly routine annual item, which is the resolution for authorization and appointment of an independent hearing officer.
Mike said he's going to bring a baby next time. I'm bringing puppies to get moved up on the board agenda. Yep, puppies. I presented you with the memo as to why we are requesting the appointment of independent hearing officer. We've done it now for a number of years, and I believe it has gone well in the district. The hearing officers that we contract with do a really nice job with our families, with our students. They conduct a really nice hearing. And then we're able to use that decision and the preliminary decision then in closed session with you for the explanation. So we're back here, we're required annually to ask for this authorization.
All right, any questions? Alex?
What, if any, is any major or poignant feedback that you've received over the number of years we've had this from major stakeholders, from parents, from families, from even teachers or principals?
The feedback that I've received primarily is from our staff and those who testify at the hearing, our school resource officers, that the hearing officer conducts a very fair hearing and conducts it in a manner that is so everyone can understand it. It's a very legal proceeding, but I believe both hearing officers use language that is easily understandable by everyone involved who don't have legal backgrounds, so that it's not an intimidating process either for the parents, because usually the student and the parents are not represented by legal counsel. So there's, it doesn't do anybody any good to use legal language or make it even more complex.
Anyone else? Okay, that'll just move forward then. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the agenda for this open working session. There is a motion to be read to adjourn into closed session. Lynn, would you read the motion?
I move that the board convene into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, section 1C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, to its superintendent's performance evaluation.
Second.
Discussion. Kinsey.
Sorry, it popped up.
In closed session, you have to call.
Meister,
Yes.
Cannell,
Yes.
Minnow,
Yes.
Gerlach,
Aye.
Lyerly,
Aye.
McCoy,
Aye.
Becker.
Aye.
We are adjourned into closed session.
You have been watching the Green Bay Area Public School District's Board of Education meeting. Please visit the school district's website, www.gbaps.org, for more information on the district and future meeting dates. If you cannot fully access the information on this video, please let us know the accessibility issue you are having by calling 920-448-2025 or by email at communications@gbaps.org. We will try to provide the information to you in an alternative format and/or make the necessary improvements to make the information accessible.